Chapter 789. Was this young woman a member of the Mercury Laboratory? Thea had an impression of Mercury Laboratory. It was a powerful R&D organization that was not inferior to Reverse Lightning's cutting-edge technology laboratory. The laboratory was indeed under her name, but she had millions of employees all over the world, so she did not know this woman. As the store manager, the Banshee knew that her boss and her boss were secretly observing her. She asked the question again cunningly. Dear customer, if you want to attract attention and pursue an extreme, you need super speed. Is that right? The Banshee asked. The woman's voice trembled. That's right, extreme speed, the fastest speed. Afraid that she would be deceived by the employee, the woman was very cautious. She said word by word, I want the fastest speed. Don't try to fool me with the super speed of a normal mutant. I'm also a researcher. I can judge the details myself. In fact, she was just using words to pave the way. If the trading house could not meet her requirements, she felt that she could choose not to pay the price. This woman is a little cunning, Thea and Siren whispered. Do you need me to teach her an unforgettable lesson? The Banshee Queen, who was born with no sunshine and justice, began to condense a soul arrow in her hand. Don't be hasty. Let's keep her in suspense. It's a fair trade. I want to see how determined she is. Thea stopped Siren, and the two continued to watch the show. Do you know the Flash of Central City? The young woman felt that the store manager in front of her was a flirtatious B*TCH. She suspected that the store manager was not in the same dimension as Earth. In the end, she was proven wrong. The Banshee store manager nodded. We know the Flash. The young woman was a little surprised. She thought that this store was an independent place, but now it seemed that it was not so simple. However, she did not dwell on this question. Instead, she asked, can you provide that kind of speed? Yes, but the price is unimaginably high. I'm willing to pay, as long as I have it. The young woman's eyes shone with a kind of conviction. Even if it was only for a second, she wanted to show off in front of others. Thea looked at the woman calmly. After being ignored for a long time, her vanity had reached an unimaginable level. No wonder Siren said that she was the most stubborn. After her glory days, she was destined to embark on a different path. She was the person he needed to find. Thea raised her hand and performed a partial time stop, slowing down the young woman's consciousness by 1,000 times. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Thea returned to Central City. She called Caitlin out. When they were on Earth 2, Caitlin and Dr. Wells had researched the speed potion V9. It was because of this potion that extreme speed was able to surpass Barry by a large margin. However, Thea had intercepted the world's speed and defeated extreme speed. The two speed potions that were originally created had been kept in Caitlin's hands. Knowing her intentions, Caitlin hurriedly made 5 bottles and gave them to Thea, including the 2 bottles she already had. After returning to North Carolina, Thea had to package the potion slightly. Test tubes and solutions looked like technological products, which was not conducive to the mysterious atmosphere of the Room of Everything. She removed the modern elements and took out a tree heart from the tree outside. She hollowed it out and poured the potion inside. Considering the young woman's physical endurance, she was not extreme speed or Barry. She was just an ordinary person. Even if she relied on the potion to increase her speed, her body would not be able to withstand the long-term consumption. She made 3 bottles of the tree heart version of the potion and gave them to the Banshee shop manager. With a snap of her fingers, Thea cancelled the partial time stop. The young woman's consciousness was still in the conversational stage. She continued to ask with uncertainty, can you let me have that kind of speed? The Banshee shop manager knew that the boss of the Banshee shop manager valued this woman very much. She restrained her attitude and answered seriously, yes, absolutely. But your body can't withstand that kind of speed. If you use it, we're afraid that you, the young woman interrupted her. I'm a scientist. I know the consequences. I just want to know, what is the price to pay for that kind of speed? Your soul. After your death, your soul will enter my master's country and will serve him for a very long time. The Banshee shop manager said eerily. The young woman was skeptical. The scientist part of her did not believe a word. What soul? She must be lying. But if the other party could really use the speed of the Flash, she felt that the other party was not bluffing. She was both skeptical and expectant. That was how she felt at the moment. After a little hesitation, she thought of the legend that a third-tier Hollywood star suddenly awakened an incredible talent overnight. Her thoughts became firm again. No matter if it's true or not, this is my choice. Come on. Seeing that she had made up her mind, the shop manager took out 3 fist-sized tree hearts and put them on the table. Such a fantastical design really surprised the young woman a little. Did the Flash also use this thing to obtain his superpowers? Drink the liquid inside and you will gain super speed. It will be comparable to the Flash's speed. The young woman picked it up and looked at both sides. The design was quite human-like. There was a gap at the side of the tree heart. When one wanted to drink it, one could just tilt one's neck and fall down. Shaking it, there seemed to be the sound of water. Looking through the gap, one could vaguely see that there was a blue liquid inside. It will take effect for about 3 seconds. Is there anything else you need? Actually, it only took a second for the intravenous injection to take effect. Thea's oral version was slower, but the effect was the same. Keeping the 3 strange tree hearts, the young woman left the shop without looking back. That night, at a charity banquet in Central City, the young woman named Eliza Harmon finally took her first step. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she transformed into a yellow bolt of lightning and stole everyone's wallets. Using the codename Ballistic, she committed several crimes consecutively. The entire city was spreading the news that the Flash had finally turned bad. Hearing the news, Barry hurriedly chased after her. A pirated version of her super speed was definitely not as good as her own son. Harmon fell behind by a large margin. The woman was ruthless and drank another bottle of reagent. Only then did the two of them catch up. Barry's words did not dispel her obsession. Instead, it made her walk to the edge of being more radical. Miss Ballistic chose to drink the 3rd bottle of reagent. At the crucial moment, Thea could not bear to see her turn into ashes. With a flick of her finger, she knocked away the magical bottle in her hand. Miss Ballistic clearly recognized her. She glared at her and wanted to scold her. Let's stop here. Thea pointed her finger in the air. Miss Ballistic, whose body was already on the verge of collapse, had no strength to fight back and was knocked unconscious. Barry, this fellow seems to have obtained her super speed through magic. Leave it to me to investigate. Barry had a basket of matters to deal with. He had to beat up Savitar and rescue his brother-in-law. He really did not have the mind to care about this extreme speed that appeared out of nowhere. However, when he saw Thea, he recalled the matter of dealing with extreme speed. Can the method of collecting super speed be used last time? Thea very honestly communicated with the will of the world and shook her head. Sorry, the will of the world ignored my request. This is different from Earth too. Our world did not encounter any danger, so it will not participate in the struggle. Unfortunately, the method from last time cannot be used. Barry was helpless. He asked about Batman and learned that there was no clue. He sighed and waved goodbye to her. Chapter 790. After separating from Barry, Thea dragged the unconscious woman to a house. Yep, the properties under her name were all over the world. She looked at the woman without saying a word. This Miss Ballistic didn't have any potential to be a hero. Once she obtained superpowers, she robbed the rich. It could be explained as robbing the rich to help the poor. However, she then went on to rob the Mercury Laboratory and the Midtown Police Station. This was definitely revenge. If she wasn't a woman, Thea would just hide and watch her turn into ashes. The other party's consciousness was still immersed in the high-speed running state. Thea examined her for a moment and helped her stabilize her soul. Miss Ballistic slowly woke up. "It's you." From her tone, she still remembered what happened. "Looks like you know me." "That's good. You were in danger before if you drank this." Thea shook the tree heart potion. "You would have turned into ashes because your speed exceeded the limits of your body." "I'm happy. When did you rich people pay attention to the lives of ordinary people like us? You enjoy everyone's cheers. You're the chosen one, a superhero, and the world's love. What do you know?" "Humph." Miss Ballistic bared her fangs and brandished her claws as if she wanted to eat her. "Miss Eliza Harmon, I've seen your income and expenditure records. In the Mercury Laboratory, there are currently 29 ongoing research projects. As the person in charge of one of the projects, your annual salary is $750,000. After the laboratory was under my name, everyone's annual salary was raised by 10% to 3%. Your income doesn't seem to be at the bottom, right?" Thea snorted. "You can't even find the right point to criticize." Miss Ballistic was indeed speechless. She was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. Thea continued. "Do you know how much an intern in the Mercury Laboratory earns? I'm afraid you don't even care. It's less than 3% of your salary. What right do you have to say that you're at the bottom? Tell me." The young mistress had already accumulated a lot of anger because of the Batman incident. Now that she slammed the table and glared at her, Miss Ballistic, who used to be a researcher, was immediately intimidated. She didn't dare to talk about the bottom and top anymore. Thea pointed at the tree heart potion and asked, "Tell me, where did you get this?" Miss Ballistic didn't dare to hide anything. She recounted everything from the rumor that she would grant any request to the actual search and the final transaction. Thea frowned as if she had no idea what was going on. There's such a magic. Now that she had calmed down, Miss Ballistic's cautious nature as a researcher reared its ugly head. "They want to take away my soul. Will I die? Would they be enslaved forever? I don't want to die yet." Her voice was very soft when she said the last sentence. Thea tapped her fingers on the table with an ugly expression. "This is too weird. You didn't have super speed before. Is it all because of this bottle of potion?" Miss Ballistic nodded furiously. "I'm afraid you're in trouble. You have to stay away from those people. The question is, where should I hide? The headquarters of the Justice League." Miss Ballistic was about to cry. Thea coughed and finally revealed her foxtail. "Miss Harmon, answer my question first. Do you like super speed? Just like the previous level?" "Of course I do. If not, I'll trade my life for it. Am I stupid?" She nodded. "How about this, I'll give you a job in the Justice League. You'll be able to avoid those pursuers and run to your heart's content." Now that the matter was related to the Justice League, it immediately became grand. Even if Miss Ballistic hated the heavens and earth, she actually admired the League. She hurriedly asked what the job was. Thea selectively explained the job, from Batman's disappearance to eliminating illegal transmigrators. The legal transmigrators were of course the young ladies' council of Time Masters. Yep, that's what the young lady thought. Miss Ballistic was intimidated by the Justice League's reputation and agreed without much hesitation. She naturally had to dress up. Her female appearance could be used normally, but it had to be intimidating when catching transmigrators. Thea made Miss Ballistic a tattered black robe according to Harry Potter's demonic appearance. That's much better. Run a few steps for me to see, Thea said. With a whoosh, she flew out. Her speed was so fast that even the eyes of the main body couldn't catch up to her. Most importantly, she didn't pass through walls like an extreme speed user. Instead, she was in a formless state like the Martian Manhunter. Miss Harmon, from the looks of it, you used too much speed earlier. You'll be fine normally, but once you start running, you'll enter a half-spirit state. You'd better enter the river of time as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the faster your body will transform, Thea said half-truthfully. Miss Ballistic was usually called by her real name, but she could change her name to Time Ghost when she wore her uniform. But now, there was only one high-speed pursuer and a whole bunch of other extreme speed users. She couldn't catch up to them all by herself. Thea remembered that extreme speed had been captured by the Time Ghost, so where was he now? If extreme speed was in her hands, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The young mistress injected a strand of pure divine soul power into Miss Ballistic's body. According to her classification, soul power was divided into dead souls and living souls. The dead were all dead souls, and they had a lot of resentment and impurities. The souls traded from the living were all living souls, so they were much purer. What she was injecting now was precisely the power of living souls. Thea was exhausted from injecting such a strand of divine soul power, but it was worth it. Miss Ballistic had used the power of divine speed, and according to the rules, she should have entered the divine speed space to lie dead. Now that Sia had intercepted her, she had been tainted by the divine power of the soul, and her ownership had changed to the time system of her soul wealth. It could be said that she and the divine speed space represented by speed were two different units. Sigh. The young mistress sighed and opened a teleportation gate that led to the vanishing point. She left the rest of the arrangements to her clone. Go on in and complete your mission. With that, she sent Miss Ballistic in. Check your memories. Before Miss Ballistic could even look at this strange place, Sia's doppelganger ordered. The divine soul power didn't just give her some abilities, it also covered her own timeline with Thea's timeline. All the past was based on Thea's timeline. Miss Ballistic, who had already become a demigod, had an indescribable look in her eyes. The timeline stopped in the present, the future was still shrouded in fog, and the past was both clear and blurry. Why are my memories so blurry? Miss Ballistic couldn't tell the difference between the clone and the main body. She thought that Thea had come with her. Because there are too many powerhouses in the universe. They walk through time and leave behind traces, but you can't see their true faces. Thea said mysteriously. She had only opened up a portion of the Time Port's authority. Her words were one reason, and another was to prevent Miss Ballistic from knowing the whole story of her purchase of the medicine. In Thea's view, this was to protect her from being silenced, and to ensure that she was in a good mood while working. Bring him over, Thea said meaningfully when she saw that Miss Ballistic had finished accepting the memories on the timeline. Miss Ballistic's eyes flashed with a strange light. A silver-white vortex spun, and a tall man was thrown out. Chapter 791. The characteristics of the vanishing point allowed them to transcend time. Even deities were affected by time. To Thea, this guy was already a person from 2 years ago, but to him, only a second had passed, not even 2 seconds. Mr. Speed, long time no see. Thea smiled brightly when she saw the skin on Speed's face that had been corroded by soul power. Speed's memory was still stuck at the time when the plains wolves of the Second Wasteland were defeated and he was racing with Barry Aaron. When he saw the smiling Thea, he didn't care where he was and turned to run. Exerting force with both legs, His legs didn't move. Run again. He couldn't even feel his waist. Theo looked at him calmly. You've been infected by my soul power. How can I let you run before I finish speaking? What do you want to do? Extreme Speed quickly understood the situation he was in and asked calmly. You're very wise. Now you have two choices. One is to let my subordinate throw you into the seraphic speed force space, which is this person beside me. Thea pointed at Miss Ballistic. The other is to turn into black lightning and work for me. Mr. Speed, make your choice. Speed kept looking at this strange island from the corner of his eyes. His knowledge far exceeded Miss Ballistic's, and he quickly realized that this place was independent of the timeline. What's the difference between the two? He probed. Hee, you want benefits. Sorry, I don't pay you, but I'm much more humane than the seraphic speed force space. If you enter the seraphic speed force space, you'll only become a part of the space. Your past, memories, abilities, and speed will all become nutrients for the space. If you work for me, you'll still be you. The job is also very simple. You just have to catch some extremely fast people who destroy the timeline. How about it? Very generous, right? Was it to completely erase his consciousness or to work for someone else? He quickly and happily agreed, and received a Black Lightning sock puppet account. Thea knew that this guy was still thinking about escaping, but she didn't care. She could sense the subtle changes in the soul. After a few attempts and realizing that he couldn't escape, Mr. Speed would fall in love with this job of eating, sleeping, and fighting transmigrators. Now Thea understood why Caitlin was able to one-shot Black Lightning in the future Battle of Savitar. It wasn't because Caitlin was strong, but because they were all under the same boss. It was all an act. Thea was overjoyed that she managed to snatch two powerful employees from the space of divine speed. Miss Ballistic handed over the Godspeed device specially made for her main body to her clone. Thea's doppelganger saw that she and Extreme Speed had nothing to do, so she grabbed them to help out. One of them was a scientist at the Mercury Laboratory, while the other was a scientific expert who could improve speed potions. The three of them were busy for a few days, and the super machine named Arcane Nuclear I-2.0 was finally up and running. The huge changes in the timeline were categorized and marked. The super high computing speed and powerful energy source, as well as the behemoth's special trait of being immersed in the river of time for a long time, finally stopped them from having to search for Batman like headless flies. After Extreme Speed failed to escape several times, he decided to behave for the time being. In order to test the performance of Arcane Nuclear I-2.0, two powerful fighters were sent out to find transmigrators, and then there was only one word: fight. For a while, a bunch of speed users in the River of Time met with bloody misfortune. Thea sat behind the screen and watched as the two of them chased the speed users around like chickens and dogs. From Barry Allen, Don Allen, Bart Allen, Celia Allen. The heroes of the three great speed user families, the Allen family, the West family, and the Swan family, were chased to the point of no return. The problem of the speed users randomly crossing timelines was finally solved. Thea finally had time to look at the results of the Golden Vanguard's training after dealing with the speed users. She was almost pissed off when she saw the results. Classic soldiers. They were genuine soldiers with an average age of 45 and above. They were experts at bragging and chatting, but as for combat, you must be kidding. These people are not good enough. If we throw them into a primitive society, I'm afraid they will starve to death before the time error is corrected. Thea pulled the Golden Vanguard aside and said with some dissatisfaction. The Golden Vanguard was also very distressed. He was a quarterback and had no problem playing football, but it was really difficult for him to train soldiers, especially under the premise that the quality of the soldiers was so poor. Well, let's arm them with high-tech weapons? In the end, he said this after hesitating for a while. Oh, you're willing to provide high-tech weapons? Thea was a little surprised. The Golden Vanguard hurriedly waved his hand. Not me, it's you. They can use the weapons you provide. Theo looked at his serious face and did not know what logic was in it. After thinking about it, she still had to contact the main body. 3 days later, the main body got a lot of weapons and warships and directly atomized them into a package, which was sent to the vanishing point by the Golden Vanguard. They were once again atomized and distributed. Looking at a group of uncles and aunties holding energy guns and touching the warships, Thea did not know who to complain to. Of course, the equipment was from the Alien Administrative Committee. The warships were copied from the one on the moon of planet Dynamo. Its stealth ability was top-notch, but its combat ability. Let's talk about something else. Not to mention the energy guns. Back then, Thea had wondered why the technological weapons of the Master of Time Council were so weak. Now, the truth was finally revealed. These were all knockoffs made according to the alien weapons, which were not more than 20 years old compared to the current human technology level. I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to Earth. The team was set up. The doppelganger did not explain much and handed the task of searching for Batman and eliminating the time error to the Golden Vanguard. Her spiritual power was divided between 2 places, and it was too much for her. She had to go back and rest for 2 days. After lying in the White House for 2 days, she was kicked out by Moira. According to her mother, she was so busy that her feet hit the back of her head, but she was sleeping by the side. Just stay where it's cool. Walking alone on the street, Thea was a little distracted. In fact, she still had a lot of things to do, but she did not have the energy to do them. Now, she just wanted to lie down. On the other side of Earth, Diana was working hard to teach her disciple, and Thea did not want to disturb her. The people of the main alliance were either fighting monsters or on the way to fighting monsters. They were all busy. The young lady was sitting on a bench on the side of the road in a daze. While her mind was wandering, she saw a familiar figure walk past her. Kara. The young lady hurriedly grabbed the distracted Supergirl. She was just walking when a living person suddenly jumped out from beside her. The young lady was really shocked, and only when she saw that it was Thea, did she breathe a sigh of relief. The young lady, who was also a little unhappy, sat down beside her. Chapter 792. Seeing that Kara had something to say, Thea did not want to sit on the side of the road for onlookers, so she interrupted her. Let's go for a drink. The 2 women went to the base of the Star City Female Alliance and found a bar under her name. Come on, try this. It's the strong liquor of the Tellurians. Even a Kryptonian like you can't stand it. Don't believe me? Try it. Thea put a glass of liquor in front of Kara and motioned her to drink it quickly. Then she quickly told a story. She was going to drink while listening to other people's bad luck. Earth's alcohol was indeed useless to Kryptonians. Kara had secretly drunk it a few times, but it tasted tasteless and she never drank it again. Now, seeing that Thea wanted to try it, she picked up a glass and poured it down her throat. The golden liquid went down her esophagus and into her stomach. The little girl felt a burning heat rushing from her stomach to her mouth. It's not bad. Kara was a little surprised. This kind of alcohol was very suitable for the Kryptonian stomach. Thea took out a small delicate bottle and poured a glass for her. Try this. It's the fine wine of Dionysus. This is the collection of the god of wine. Ordinary people can't drink it. Kara was a bad student. She knew Apollo because she had fought with him twice. She did not know who the god of wine was. Even though she had seen him in the Underworld War, she did not know who he was. But this time, the wine was refreshing, and the aftertaste lingered. Even Kara, who did not know how to taste wine, thought it was good wine. As for what was good about it, she could not tell. Let's continue. There's more here. Thea had collected a lot of good wine in her dimensional ring. The bars here were her private properties. No one dared to stop her from bringing her own wine. After drinking all kinds of fine wines, the Kryptonian's body could not take it anymore. Thea did not drink as fast as Kara. Instead, she drank slowly. After a while, Kara's mood finally recovered. She began to tell her story intermittently. Of course I had to take care of the plane crash, right? After that, we were attacked twice. I didn't know she was from the Luther family. I don't think the Luther family is all bad people, right? Clark's a busybody, burp. Lena's not a bad person, burp. The little girl was indeed a little drunk. Many things she said were incoherent and messy. However, eldest Miss's ability to understand was amazing. She slowly pieced together the truth. She didn't know if it was because of the Black Hand in the business war or an accident, but one day, when Lena Luther was on a plane, the engine stalled and she suddenly fell. Kara, who was passing by, stepped forward and caught the plane. Lena, who was sitting by the window, saw Kara's back as he flew away. Their strange fate began. After that, a bunch of aliens attacked Supergirl, and the battle involved Lena. It was yet another melodramatic experience. The two young ladies worked together to defeat a strong enemy. They went through thick and thin together, and after the battle, they left each other's contact information. In the end, Kara chatted with Lena a few times using her sock puppet account, Supergirl. Kara and Lena, who didn't have many friends of the same age, unexpectedly hit it off. This girl said that she had an evil brother, who was under heavy pressure every day. This girl said that she had a cousin who was like an uncle, who was restricting her freedom. The two mature and rebellious young ladies started chatting. Lena admired Kara's courage, and Kara envied Lena's wisdom. The two were already very good friends. It was at this time that Superman found out about this matter. Good Samaritan Clark, on the other hand, didn't slam the table and glare at Kara. Instead, he spoke the truth and laid out the truth. He earnestly talked nonsense with Kara for an entire day. In conclusion, there were no good people in the Luther family. Little Supergirl naturally resisted strongly. In her heart, she was her cousin. How could she be educated by her cousin? Superman's temper was unusually good. What's more, Kara was his only remaining Kryptonian relative. He didn't say anything harsh, but he implied that his son was already 10 years old, and she was only a few years older than him. So, she should listen to him. Kara was very unhappy, but she was amenable to coaxing and not coercion. Superman's gentle words didn't make her refute. She could only run out in a huff and was picked up by Thea, who had nothing to do. Thea considered her words. I've seen Lena. Although she's Luther's sister, she's not a bad person. You're right. Kara, who was a little drunk, patted Thea's shoulder. She was so strong that an ordinary person would have been killed. From Clark's point of view, there are no good people in the Luther family. This is too biased. Lena has never done anything bad, and Luther isn't simply a bad person either. I've dealt with Luther a few times. Although he's arrogant, vain, and ambitious, he has a bottom line. He's protecting the Earth in his own way. To some extent, he's a bit like Batman. He's worried that the Kryptonians will lose control, so he's deliberately researching countermeasures. In fact, strictly speaking, there's only one bad person in the Luther family, and that's their mother. She's really bad. Thea had never regarded Luther as an enemy. He was a charismatic figure. Without her, Superman, and Batman, he would undoubtedly be a leader who would lead mankind to the top. She, who controlled the global resources, knew very well that the Luther family could be said to be divided into 3 parts. Lena was still maintaining the old Luther group, which showed signs of revitalization in her hands. She was considered a moderate. After Luther was released from prison, he quickly sorted out his previous contacts. He had developed a set of photovoltaic power equipment in prison, and was currently laying the groundwork. He was considered a neutral party. Their mother, Laetitia Luther, was the epitome of menopausal syndrome in Thea's eyes. This old woman had taken over the Cadmus project and hid underground every day to do all kinds of research. She would do anything to deceive people. She was definitely a radical. However, she didn't have Luther's wisdom, nor Lena's affinity. She was ambitious but not talented. After several years of hard work, she hadn't achieved anything. Thea had been too lazy to pay attention to her. Hearing Thea talk about Luther and Lena's mother, Kara resonated. Yes, this woman is too bad. Don't worry about Clark. Trust your own judgment. If you think Lena is a good person, it's not a big deal to be friends with her. Don't worry about Clark. He's just scared of Luther. Coward. Kara, the younger cousin, scolded her older cousin in disdain. Thea also drank a lot. She patted her chest and said, "Be brave. What are you afraid of? Look at me, I'm not afraid at all. If you want to give others courage, you have to give yourself courage first, right?" "Yes." "Well said. Let's have another glass." The two drank 2 more glasses in confusion. Thea's so-called fearlessness was more about the strong enemies. She was just using the alcohol to cheer herself up. However, her words had a different meaning in Kara's ears. The little girl had only heard that the enemies were very strong, but she had never seen them. She couldn't understand Thea's cautiousness and bravery. Her little brain automatically thought of love. In her opinion, Sister Thea and Sister Diana were brave to face the strange looks of the world. Compared to her own depression after being scolded by her older cousin, they deserved to be called warriors. Thea was like an understanding elder sister. She started talking nonsense again. She talked about having to be happy as a person, and about trusting one's intuition. She talked a lot. Her mental power had been dragged down by the river of time. Although her avatar had returned, it was still in a bad state. When she felt that she had drunk enough and heard the story, she found a place to sleep. Kara drank 2 more glasses. Seeing that Thea had left, she also walked out dizzily. The Kryptonian's genes were really strong. She almost couldn't recognize the way, but after basking in the sun for a while, she became sober. Supergirl, who was still a little dizzy, changed into a blue bodysuit and a red cloak. She found the right direction and flew towards Nakanil City. She wanted to find Lena and clarify things. The Iyer family and the Luther family were not mortal enemies. Even if the Luther family and Superman were still enemies, it should not affect their friendship. They still wanted to continue being good friends and best friends. Chapter 793. After Lena took over the Luther group, she wisely moved out of the metropolis in the face of countless criticisms from the citizens of the metropolis. Now, the group had rebuilt the L building in Nakanal City, which was the tallest building in the city. Many people saw her confidence in restoring her reputation. It could be said that the Luther group had walked out of the haze and recovered some of its vitality. Kara and Thea drank lunch and flew dizzily. When they arrived at Nakanal City, the sunset had already been left behind. The little girl was very calm. She wanted to have a good talk with her good friend. She didn't jump in through the window. She felt that if they were friends, then they should know each other's true identities. There were heroes everywhere. It didn't matter if she had to hide it from ordinary people. Did she need to hide it from her friends? She was going to use her real name to meet Lena. Kara took off her cloak and tights and changed into a plaid shirt, jeans, and large-rimmed glasses. She looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to her. She quickly ran past the front desk, entered the elevator, and went straight to the top floor. She was familiar with the way to the door. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard a faint quarrel inside. However, the soundproofing effect of the door was too good, so she couldn't hear it clearly. Kara took off her glasses and used her ability to listen to the noise inside. I won't give you money to do those harmful things. It's a crime. You've turned the reputation I've worked so hard to restore into a joke. I don't want to see you again. Please leave. A young woman's voice sounded. It was loud and powerful, showing the owner's firm belief and unwavering determination. Kara could tell that it was Lena Luthor. Shut up. The whole Luthor group is mine. You're just the adopted daughter of the Luthor family. If it weren't for Lex's protection, you wouldn't have the right to talk to me like that. An old woman scolded Lena. Lena sneered. Adopted daughter. Madam Luthor is so kind. Would you adopt a poor child on the street? Do you think I don't know? Lex and I are half-siblings. Adopted daughter. You have the nerve to say that. My mother died without knowing the reason. Don't tell me you don't know anything. The old woman shouted angrily. You're just a wolf. Go and subdue her. Get her to sign and transfer the funds to the project. Then, there seemed to be fierce resistance from inside. Unfortunately, Lena was just an ordinary person. She might have some self-defense skills, but in the face of the thugs brought by her stepmother, her resistance was extremely weak. However, the goddess of luck was on her side today. She was powerless to resist. There was a fierce woman outside the door, a slightly drunk fierce woman. Kara threw away her glasses and kicked the door open. She then knocked out the stepmother who was threatening Lena with a gun. She had always disliked this old woman, and now she looked like a bad person. But when dealing with another tall man, Kara was sent flying with a punch. You are. At this time, Kara was not wearing tights or a cape, but she was a Supergirl. Lena quickly confirmed the identity of this reinforcement. Kara gave her a reassuring look and assumed an attacking posture, concentrating on the enemy in front of him. Another Kryptonian. Ha! The tall man let go of Lena and looked at Kara gloomily. If Thea was here, she would definitely recognize this guy. This guy used to be Luthor's subordinate, the Metal Man. He once fought to a draw with Red Whirlwind. After the Battle of Doomsday, he joined Luthor's mother. With his ruthless style and metal body, he had been an important fighter in the Cadmus project. Kara did not know how powerful the enemy was. She only felt that she was very weak now. She thought it was the effect of being drunk. Until the enemy tore open his coat and revealed a large green piece of kryptonite on his chest, she knew what the problem was. Lena, run, I'll hold him back. Kara wanted her new friend to run. However, she looked so weak that no matter how he looked at it, he didn't feel at ease. Lena was quite a brave person. She did not abandon her friend and run away alone. Instead, she took out a pistol from under the table and pointed it at the Metal Man. Seeing that she did not run, the Metal Man laughed. He was not good at speed and could not catch two people at the same time. Now it was convenient. He pounced on Lena, ready to knock out the target of this mission. After that, he would deal with Supergirl, who was dizzy under the radiation of the kryptonite. Bang! Lena's marksmanship was very accurate. She shot the Metal Man in the forehead. But as Luthor's weapon against Superman, how could he be hurt by a gun? The bullet hit the left side of his forehead with a crisp sound of metal hitting metal. It only left a hole in his skin before the bullet fell out. D*MN, bionic skin. Is this the Terminator? Lena's legs went weak when she saw the 2-meter-tall giant pouncing on her. At the critical moment, Kara flew up and kicked the Metal Man's waist. Kryptonite weakened her greatly, so her kick didn't even have 1/10 of her usual strength. Fortunately, Kara's close combat skills were much better than Kara's after being ravaged by Fiora and Alex several times. She used a clever move and borrowed the enemy's strength to kick him down. The Metal Man patted the dust and stood up indifferently. He had a metal skeleton and a kryptonite heart. These were his trump cards. He might be strong against ordinary people, but he could easily crush the Kryptonians. The metal man was like a bison, pressing down on the two girls. Lena was stronger than ordinary women, but there was a limit to her strength. The mission to defeat the enemy was still up to Supergirl. Miss Thea had to be mentioned. She had built a red radiation room in the Female Alliance's base. Kara had been dragged in by Thea several times and beaten up by her. Kara was not too disappointed by the sudden loss of her superpower. It could be said that the weakening of the kryptonite did not disintegrate her fighting spirit. Kara tilted her head to avoid the metal man's straight punch. She turned to the side and hit the enemy's elbow joint. Her strength was less than 1/10 of her full strength. But if an ordinary person was hit by this strength, it would be like being hit by a train. A small crack appeared on the metal man's joint. Kara was overjoyed. She could defeat this enemy. Joint techniques were widely used in modern combat. There were many female superheroes who were good at this skill. Be it Alex or Cassandra, the big lowly, they were all very good at it. Kara had been beaten up more times and had slowly learned a few moves. It was just the right time to use it now. She hit the enemy's elbow joint and knee joint continuously. The metal man did not show any weakness. He fought back with his fists and feet. Kara, whose physical fitness had been greatly reduced, vomited blood. But the hard fight had stimulated her fighting spirit. So what if she had no superpower? She was still a warrior. Lena, who had been in a peaceful situation for a long time, was a little overwhelmed when she saw her friend fighting with her life. Fortunately, she was born in the Luthor family, so she was much braver than ordinary women. She slowly calmed down and began to analyze the situation. Calling the police would not work. She could not expose Kara's true identity, and the police would be useless. As for the security guards in her building, they were not in her consideration at all. Who else could she ask for help? The first person Lena thought of was Luthor. This brother of hers was good to her, and the metal man was also his creation. Unfortunately, Luthor was elusive, and Lena could not contact him at all. Moreover, she could not ask him. Luthor and the Kryptonians could talk for 3 days and 3 nights. How could she ask him to help the Kryptonians defeat the metal man? It was unrealistic. Chapter 794. It seemed that she could only rely on herself. She could see that kryptonite was weakening Kara more and more. At first, he had been able to exert more than 10% of his strength, but now, he was less than 5%. Lena stared at the metal man's body thoughtfully. Metal skeleton, right? Let's see how much the electromagnetic field can affect you. She quickly took out a hexagonal metal device from the drawer. It was a small magnetic controller. Many of the technologies in it were the same as those used by Thea's skateboard. Later, it was simplified and sold to Luthor Group as a patent. Luthor Group quickly carried out research and completed various tests. Maglev cars were successfully introduced into the market. The device was kept in her office as a souvenir. Lena carefully avoided the metal man's sight and set up a fulcrum point in each of the 3 corners of the room. She then winked at Kara and pressed the switch. The electromagnetic field began to spread in the room. At first, the metal man did not feel anything. After 20 seconds, he realized that his limbs were sluggish. He wanted to escape, but Kara blocked him. When the electromagnetic field was turned on to the maximum, the metal man could not control his body at all. Kara knocked the metal man out like a dead dog. Lena hurriedly turned off the electromagnetic device. The 2 girls breathed a sigh of relief. The kryptonite in the metal man's chest could not be removed. If it was removed, he would die. However, they could not ignore this huge threat. Lena was indeed Luthor's sister. She took out various high-tech devices and tested them. Finally, she covered the metal man's heart with a box made of lead and said a complicated password. If someone tried to crack it by force, the box and the heart would be blown to pieces. Without the influence of the kryptonite, Kara, who was about to collapse, immediately recovered. He called the Martian hunter, who quickly sent a DEO agent to take the metal man away. As for Lena's evil adoptive mother, she was taken away by the police for attempted kidnapping and extortion. Lena knew that her adoptive mother was very powerful and would probably be released in a few days. She just wanted to annoy this old woman. Kara and Lena planned to find a place to have a good chat, leaving the warlike office to be cleaned up by the staff tomorrow. Lena had the spirit of making the company her home. She had 2 bedrooms on the same floor as her office. Kara was badly beaten up. The radiation of the kryptonite had disappeared, and his body's self-healing ability began to take effect. Although his head and face were covered in blood, his body had already recovered by more than half. As his sister, Lena had seen many of Luther's experiments and knew a lot about the Kryptonians. She asked Kara to change her clothes. "I'm fine." "All right. I'll go wash up." Kara was just about to say that he was fine, but when he turned his head and saw his face in the mirror, which was covered in blood, he hurriedly took back his words. After a simple wash, Carla tied her hair into a bun. Her clothes were all torn, so she could only wear Lena's long dress. She was much taller than Lena. Her long dress was like a short skirt, and her thighs were exposed. "Wow, you're completely fine." Even though he knew that the Kryptonians had a freakish recovery ability, he was still so surprised that his mouth was wide open. Was he the one who had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood? Of course, I'm fine." Kara was so happy that he puffed out his chest like a proud peacock. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Kara began to talk about his purpose of coming here. Hearing that this new friend valued her so much, Lena was very touched. In the business world where everyone was trying to cheat each other, sincere friendship was simply a luxury to her. She did not expect that she could also receive such a generous gift. "Come on, we're acquaintances now. Let's celebrate." Lena had good taste. Even though it was just a temporary residence, she had a small bar with many world-famous wines on the wine rack. She was going to open a bottle of good wine to celebrate with her new friend. Kara thought of something and rummaged through his clothes. Finally, he took out a small bottle. Shaking it, it seemed that there was still a lot of wine in it. Kara was very happy. "Come and drink this." Lena took the small bottle, which looked only the size of a fist. How much wine could it hold? She was a little bit amused, but she did not say it out loud to save her friend's face. Well, this bottle is very delicate. It looks like a work of art. I got it from Sister Sia's place. I heard someone brewed it." Kara tilted his head and scratched his cheek for a long time. She really could not remember the smelly and long name of Dionysus. She only remembered that the wine was very delicious. Thea said that she would give it to her to drink slowly. At that time, she was dizzy and directly put it in her pocket. She did not expect that the small bottle was still intact. Hearing that it was Thea's, Lena was a little bit moved. Luther and Batman were quite similar in some aspects. Luther had collected a lot of information about Milady. As his sister, Lena also knew a lot of legends about Milady. Soon, she discovered the magic of the small bottle. After filling 2 glasses and shaking the bottle, the wine was still in the bottle. Even the weight of the bottle did not change. "Drink it, drink it." As a poor student, Kara did not care about the weight of the bottle or the scientific problems involved. She just wanted to let her new friend taste the wine. Lena also put down her doubts about the wine bottle. She didn't try to be mysterious. Instead, she took a look at the golden liquid and drank it slowly. Well, it's delicious. The mellow liquid slid across the tip of her tongue. This was a kind of wine that quietly warmed the blood. Lena was sure that she had never drunk such good wine. Come, let's celebrate today's victory. Kara also drank a glass. The two of them drank one glass after another. At this moment, the enmity between the Iyer family and the Luther family was thrown to the back of their minds. The dispute between Earthlings and aliens was no longer the main point. They were just two young girls under tremendous pressure. How dare he control me? Who does he think he is? I must teach him a lesson next time. Kara had drunk too much. The wine of Dionysus was famous for its lasting effect on Mount Olympus. If she fell asleep like Thea after drinking it, it would be fine. Unfortunately, Kara had a big fight with the metal men first. When her blood was boiling, she drank a second round. At this time, she was a little out of control and spoke incoherently. Fortunately, she remembered that she could not expose Superman's name, so she referred to him as him. Compared to Kara's strong body, Dionysus's wine was even more unbearable for ordinary people like Lena. She was known for her calmness and wisdom. At this time, she had forgotten her surname. Hearing Kara's self-righteous words, she echoed loudly, "Yes, they are a bunch of nosy people. We are good friends. Burp, don't worry about them." After saying that, she put her arms around Kara's neck drunkenly. "Supergirl, tell me the truth. Do you have a boyfriend?" Kara drank another glass irritably. "There are too many people who care about me. The boys in school are so tacky. They only care about appearance. Have you ever kissed?" Lena whispered in Kara's ear like a demon. "No, have you?" Carla answered honestly. "Neither have I. Do you want to try? Try. Or not?" After all, Kara had a strong body. In fact, there was still a trace of sobriety in her heart. Lena's words made her hesitate a little, but when she thought of the courage that Thea had talked about, she finally decided to try. Lena was a trustworthy friend. It would not kill her to give it a try anyway. The two women were self-taught. They tilted their necks and smelled each other's breath. For a moment, they were a little intoxicated. 500 words are omitted here. Chapter 795. The sun shone through the thick curtains and shone into the room. Kara, who was a little dizzy, finally woke up. She had never experienced a hangover before, but she felt uncomfortable. Did she catch a cold? She had never been sick, and she had only seen people on Earth fall sick. She thought that she must be sick. Kara was about to touch her forehead, but she didn't expect to touch a smooth body. She looked to her side mechanically. Lena. Why is she here? The fearless Supergirl was so scared that she almost screamed. She quickly covered her mouth with her other hand and shrank back into the bed like a quail. She looked at the ceiling with her big bright eyes, and she couldn't calm down. What happened yesterday? She was confused. After a long time, she recalled the part where they fought the metal men and drank together. What did I do after that? She seemed to have asked Lena if there was any secret to becoming bigger. Lena said to just rub it. Kara didn't know if she did or not. Her memory was fragmented. She only saw the two of them naked now. What happened after that must have been a combination of theory and reality. God, how did it become like this? Kara used her superpower to the extreme in an instant. She saw the moon with her supervision. Very good. No one was paying attention to her. She listened with her super hearing. No one was talking about her. Thank goodness. She turned around and saw that Lena hadn't woken up yet. She quickly got down and picked up the clothes on the ground. She didn't care if they were hers. She put them on and flew out. As soon as she left, Lena sat up. Lena had already woken up. After all, she was an earthling. She had to socialize in the business field. She was more resistant to alcohol, and she didn't drink much. It was just that she didn't know how to deal with this matter. Her best friend seemed to have become even more close now. She, who had always prided herself on her intelligence, wasn't much better than Kara. Both of them had chosen to be an ostrich. It was a little cold in the morning, but Kara couldn't care less. She ran home as fast as she could and poured herself a glass of water. She needed to calm down. Cold water poured into her stomach. She felt that she had finally regained some ability to think. Her friendship with Lena seemed to have developed too quickly. How should she deal with this relationship in the future? She was originally a very simple girl, but now she was completely in a mess. Just when she was at a loss, she noticed that her sister, Alex, wasn't there. The two sisters shared an apartment, so there was no reason that Alex didn't notice her rushing in. Where was she? When Kara was wondering if something had happened to her sister, she saw Alex sneaking into the room with a pair of big sunglasses. You're up so early. Seeing Kara standing at the door, Alex's face was filled with embarrassment. Carla was simple, not stupid. She looked at her sister suspiciously. What do you mean? You didn't come home last night. Alex didn't notice the change in her expression. She was completely immersed in her own affairs. After a long time, she seemed to have made up her mind and sat on the sofa. Kara, I want to talk to you about something. She hesitated, not knowing where to start. Kara's attention was diverted by her sister's safety. She temporarily put aside the matter between her and Lena, preparing to solve her sister's problem first. No, she felt that she could deal with any enemy. She needed a battle, a blood-boiling battle. Kara, do you remember that I had a good friend in high school? Alex said slowly. Yes, she was called Jessica or something. Yes, we were very close at the time. I used to stay at her house many times, and I really liked the smell of her house. I thought it was friendship, but now, it doesn't seem to be. Alex said, weighing her words. Kara was a little confused, but her strength was that she didn't think about things that she didn't understand. She nodded and signaled Alex to continue. I recently met a police officer, Maggie Sawyer. You've met her too. Kara's little head didn't understand why Alex's topic changed so much. What happened to this police officer named Maggie? Was he dead? Had he gone mad? I was with her last night, the whole time. Alex clenched her teeth and finished the sentence. Then she lowered her head like a criminal waiting to be sentenced. This sentence was a little vague. If Kara had been asked yesterday, she wouldn't have understood. But today, especially when she was also troubled by this question, it took her only a fifth of a second to understand. She relaxed a little. She was so lucky. The troubles of the two sisters happened on the same day. As for hiding it, Kara naturally thought about it. But when she thought of Thea's courage, she felt that since Alex had the courage to talk about it, she should have the courage too. Moreover, it wasn't a heinous thing. In the era when most Kryptonians chose to have test tube babies, it wasn't a big deal. At most, the Owl family was a little more traditional. She had to admit that the good traditions of the Kryptonians gave her confidence. Plus, with the previous incident with Thea and Diana, she really didn't think it was a bad or ridiculous thing. She just felt that it was a little difficult to know where to stand when facing Lena. Alex, listen to me. Last night, I also. She roughly told her what happened. Alex was stunned. She never thought that telling her family about her coming out of the closet would bring her such news. She wanted to scold Kara, but she realized that she was in no position to say anything. Do you love her? She's a member of the Luthor family. Kara scratched her hair, looking very distressed. We were just very good friends. I don't know what's going on now. The Danvers sisters were in a daze. Lena spent the whole morning in a daze. She arranged a bunch of tasks for her assistant and chased her out. Lena picked up the phone and was about to find someone to ask about it indirectly. The evil old lady had just been locked up in prison, so she gave up on this option. What about Luther's brother? Lena thought. If she talked to him about it, he would explode. She gave up on this option too. After thinking about it again and again, she called Miss Maisie. As Luther's former bodyguard, they naturally knew each other and had a good relationship. For a while, she even thought that Miss Maisie would marry Luther's brother and become her sister-in-law. After rambling for a long time, when she seemed to be chatting casually about women, something unexpected happened. The secretary was full of praise. Generally speaking, it was very good, and indescribably happy. Lena hung up the phone, dumbfounded. She couldn't help but ask herself, was it really that happy? She thought about what happened last night. Her memory was blurry, but she seemed to be quite happy. There was no burden or pressure at all. She turned on the computer and searched for Supergirl's majestic photo. She touched the screen gently. Her heart was filled with that living person. She was strong, optimistic, and cheerful. Kara had all the qualities she wanted but couldn't have. Lena twirled the pen in her left hand and fell into deep memories. From the first time they met, to the few times after that, it was as if there was a thread of fate that connected the two of them. She thought about what happened last night. She felt like she was flying on the clouds. That intoxicating and dreamy experience was still lingering in her mind. That didn't seem too bad. Chapter 796. Lena, who was staring blankly at the computer, heard a tapping sound on the window. She saw Supergirl looking at her with a serious expression. Lena quickly closed the computer. She didn't know if Supergirl had seen her touching the photo. She was nervous and hesitant. But she had been in the business world for many years, and she was much better at handling interpersonal relationships than Supergirl, who only knew how to argue. She opened the window with a strange expression and wanted to ask what was going on. Kara, who came to her window, had mustered up the courage of her life. It took her 30 minutes to fly to the window. Under normal circumstances, this amount of time was enough for her to fly to Mars. Well, I want to talk to you. The little girl's voice was normal at first, but she started to tremble a little. Both of them were preoccupied, so they didn't notice. Let's go to the roof. Lena tried to suggest. Okay, I'll wait for you, Kara said and flew up with a whoosh. Lena was also nervous. She patted her cheeks gently and tried to relax, trying to regain some confidence. Unfortunately, no matter how calm she was still a weakling in the face of this matter. Not everyone could be as calm as Diana and Thea. She ran to the roof as fast as she could. The whistling wind made her a little unstable, but she didn't care at this time. Kara was sitting on the eaves, looking into the distance. The background was lonely and pitiful, like a small injured animal. Lena wanted to call her over, but she swallowed her words after opening her mouth twice. What was there to be afraid of? It's just the eaves. She took a deep breath and walked over with firm steps. Lena was confident that even if she fell, Kara would save her. This had nothing to do with their relationship. It was purely her kind nature. Wow, why are you here? Kara was shocked to see Lena sitting next to her. She was a Kryptonian, so she was not afraid. She would be fine even if she fell from the moon, let alone this height. But Lena didn't have that ability. If she fell from this height, even her parents wouldn't recognize her. To be honest, Kara was a little touched. She didn't know about love, but she knew that someone cared about her and her feelings to the extent that they were willing to risk their lives for her. For a moment, words seemed to have lost their meaning. The two sat side by side, enjoying a rare moment of peace. "Do you like me?" At this moment, Lena, who had the bloodline of the Luther family, was the more manly one. The two of them sat quietly for a long time before she finally broke the silence. Being rational to a certain extent was madness. Lena, who had always been rational since she was a child, was ready to go crazy today. Chao Nu was shocked by her straightforward question, and her eyes widened. "Shouldn't we say something to ease the atmosphere first? Why is it so explosive right from the start?" Lena looked at her confused eyes and felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a knife. She loosened her hands, leaned forward, and fell to the ground. Kara's mind was blank, but his body still reacted. He grabbed her arm. "Let go." Lena's tone was very calm. "Don't, Lena, why?" Carla was so anxious that she was about to cry. It was as if she was the one hovering in the air and Lena was the one saving her. Her mind was filled with helplessness and panic. All she could think about was Sister Thea, Sister Diana, or Uncle Martian Hunter coming to save her. "Do you care about me?" "Nonsense. Come and hug me." Not on the ground, but in the air, Lena ordered domineeringly. Kara hugged her waist mechanically, afraid that she would fall. The two of them floated in the air together. It was already working hours. The pedestrians on the street noticed them. Some took pictures with their phones, some called the police, and most of them were discussing. However, they were too far and too high to see clearly. "Are you willing to be with me?" "Kara Danvers." "Sorry, I don't know your Kryptonian name." "Kara Zoair, Kara Zoair." "Are you willing to be with me?" Lena asked domineeringly again. She could see that this guy was a little out of ideas. If there was no one to push him, who knew what would happen in the end? Chao Nu had already noticed the various pedestrians on the street. Without saying anything, she carried Lena and flew into the distance. "This feels so good. Is this how it feels to fly?" Lena trusted Kara. She opened her arms and enjoyed the pleasure of leaving the air behind her. "Say you're willing. Say you're willing. Say it," she said a little coquettishly. I'm willing." Kara finally said what was in her heart. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted off her shoulders. "Then fly faster. I want to play for the whole day. Faster." The two of them flew across the sky, leaving behind a string of laughter like two happy children. They did not know that there were people watching them from above the clouds. Thea and Superman appeared at the same time. The secretary had reported to her about Lena's unusual behavior 3 minutes ago. After that, Gideon saw the two girls confessing their feelings in the sky through the satellite. Thea was a little confused. Young people were so brave. She felt that she was getting old. She did not know that the courage in her words had played a major role in yesterday's drinking. The secretary had also helped her in time to strengthen Lena's conviction. Perhaps there was also the rebellious mentality of a young girl. In short, there were several factors that led to today's incident. She immediately instructed the secretary to clear all the records and teleport herself over. Superman arrived a little earlier than her. The two of them silently watched Chao Nu and Lena fly away. Lena is not a bad person. Kara should have her own happiness. Hee, you're very open-minded. Superman smiled bitterly. What else could he do if he was not open-minded? The two of them waved and left. Thea was more experienced than Superman. She could see that Kara had admitted to 90%, but still had some misgivings in her heart. As her sister, she felt that it was her duty to help her strengthen her conviction and go further on this path. The Daxam in the original spacetime looked ugly and was obviously not a good match for Kara. However, she still needed to think about how to proceed. When she returned to the office, the secretary gave her another piece of news. Kara's sister, Alex, was with a woman named Maggie Sawyer last night. You have a good relationship with Lena. Do you think we can help? Thea asked the secretary. The secretary pondered for a moment. I think Lena is not ready. Maybe we need to push her a little. How about this? Let's hold a party and let them put down their burdens. The Missy decided on the plan. She picked up the phone and started to contact everyone. She first called Batwoman, Kate Kane. She was Batman and Bruce's cousin and an old senior in the lesbian circle. She had confessed her sexual orientation 20 years ago and was later expelled from West Point. Now, her lover was Gotham policewoman Renee Montoya, the future second-generation questioner. The two of them were only acquaintances, but when she heard Thea's purpose, Batwoman agreed without hesitation and prepared to use her villa as a meeting place. Thea contacted a few more people and prepared to hold a small party. There weren't many people at the party. As the hosts, Batwoman and Montoya, she and Diana, the secretary, and Poison Ivy, the Danvers sisters, and finally, the Sea King's little friends, Yavara and Cassina. Well, a total of 12 people. Chapter 797. Considering that the Danvers sisters needed some time, there were also some who lived far away, such as Yavara who lived in the jungles of South America. Some had jobs, such as Renee Montoya and Maggie Sawyer, who were both police officers, decided to hold the party on the weekend. 2 days later, in the Hall of Justice, Thea welcomed the newcomers to the Alliance as an elder. The Green Arrow, Oliver Quinn, and the Atom Knight, Ray Palmer, had officially joined the Alliance. The original Batman was replaced by Dick Grayson, which no one had a problem with. However, the new Batman had no black technology, no money, and was 99% useless. Thea felt that it was enough to treat him as a mascot. The other replacement was the Green Lantern. The Guardians of OUA had reached the end of their patience with Hal Jordan and forced him to return to the main planet to wait for a new appointment. The new Green Lantern was given to a newcomer, John Stewart, a former Marine and a black Green Lantern. You don't look at me very kindly, young Green Lantern. Thea glanced around and saw the new Green Lantern looking at her angrily. Did this guy not take his medicine today? You are the leader of the Yellow Lanterns, and the Yellow Lanterns are evil, the new black Green Lantern said, a little annoyed. Ha ha. Thea smiled and stopped Diana and Oliver, indicating that she was fine. Her bell-like laughter echoed throughout the hall. You must have been told by the Guardians of the Little Blue Men. They want you to replace Hal Jordan. Their political skills are still so stiff. Thea immediately put a big label on the black Green Lantern. Although Hal had a lot of bad habits, he got along well with the Alliance. Whether it was the Flash or the Green Arrow, they were all very good friends. Now that they heard that he was transferred away because of political strife, the few of them looked at John Stewart unkindly. The black Green Lantern did not realize that Thea was using Hal Jordan's popularity to isolate him. He was still talking about how evil the Yellow Lanterns were. The Yellow Lanterns sacrificed a lot in the last war. They are not evil. Diana stood up immediately. If this newcomer didn't say anything, she would teach him a lesson. Thea pulled Diana back. Why would she use her fists when she could defeat the enemy with just a few words? You keep saying that the yellow lamp is evil. Do you know who built the yellow lamp? Don't try to quibble. I know it's Sinistro. The green light thought that she was trying to shirk responsibility and felt that he had seen through her verbal trap. Yes, you're absolutely right, evil Sinistro. Is that what the Guardians say? The black Green Lantern nodded, as if mentioning Sinistro's name tarnished his honor. Thea found it a little funny. I'm afraid the Guardians didn't tell you that the powerful lamp ring on your hand was worn by evil Sinistro when he was in the Green Lantern Corps, right? Ha! John Stewart's expression instantly turned interesting. At first, it was disbelief, then suspicion, and finally horror. However, his dark expression didn't make it obvious. Why didn't you throw away such an evil thing? Buried? Destroyed? She continued. The guardians that you think represent justice probably didn't tell you that they built a space peacekeeping force before the Green Lantern Corps, mechanical hunters. These mechanical hunters went out of control and slaughtered an entire sector of intelligent life. That's why they built the Green Lantern Corps. Mr. Stewart, do you know that the survivors of this sector built the Red Lantern Corps? Do you know that they want to take revenge on the Green Lanterns? Do you think these survivors are evil? 79 planets with nearly 150 billion intelligent life were slaughtered by the Guardians that you claim to be incomparably righteous. Mr. Stewart, as the honor guard of Planet O, as a law-abiding person, you must also think that these lives deserve to die, right? Her words were extremely tricky. In fact, she knew that the massacre had nothing to do with the Guardians and that it was Kalana who was behind it. However, this Black Lantern didn't know, and the Guardians didn't know. That was enough. The information on both sides didn't match at all, so it was easy and enjoyable for her to criticize. Moreover, she pointed out John Stewart's identity as a member of the Honor Guard. Just by listening to his name, it was obvious that he was someone who obeyed orders. However, superheroes were a group of people who didn't obey orders. One could imagine that this Black Lantern's future in the Justice League wouldn't be too easy. After Thea finished blabbering, she didn't wait for him to answer. Her lips softly uttered a word, retard. She turned her head to the other side and whispered to Diana. The people from the Justice League looked at John Stewart a little strangely. This Black Lantern also sat down with lowered eyes. The atmosphere in the League was a little strange. The usually flamboyant Green Lantern was replaced, and Batman, who was always looking for trouble, was also replaced. The 9 of them had a simple exchange and announced the end of the meeting. How's your female disciple? Thea and Diana walked out of the Hall of Justice and strolled on the street. She asked casually. At the mention of her disciple, the Valkyrie showed a rare hint of worry. She thought about how to phrase it. Overall, it's okay. However, she doesn't have any sense of urgency at all. She's always sloppy when she's training. You know, I worked very hard when I was young. After saying that, Diana waved her fist lightly. Don't worry. Young people will get better slowly. Also, I remember that you didn't like to practice martial arts when you were young. You always played secretly when you could, right? Thea smiled like a little fox. Diana glanced at her with her beautiful eyes. The meaning in her eyes was, how do you know what I was like when I was young? When I was playing with mud, the 18 generations of your Quinn family weren't even born yet, right? Thea waved her hand and showed a picture. In the picture, Diana was still a lowly. The goddess was very cute when she was young. With her small arms and legs, she was holding a toy that looked like an animal doll and eavesdropping on them. On the other side, Hippolyte and Antiope were complaining non-stop. The cute little Diana had picturesque eyebrows and a jade-like face. Although she was wearing plain clothes, her martial prowess could still be vaguely seen. Little Diana eavesdropped on her mother's conversation. Her bright eyes were filled with tears. She suppressed her reluctance and locked the toy in a box. She took out a small knife and a small sword and started practicing by herself. She said that she worked hard when she was young. Reality proved that it was obviously nonsense. Ah! Diana hurriedly dispelled her water curtain spell and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she exclaimed, "How did you see these pictures?" Haha, Thea was overjoyed. Her arcane core I2.0 had just come online. She had watched Diana's childhood through the river of time and saw many of the Valkyrie's dark history. As for the issue of using public resources for private purposes, she said that it didn't exist. Chapter 798. Deanna lowered her head and thought about it. She was actually quite interested in seeing what it was like when she was young from today's perspective. She asked hesitantly and curiously. Won't we mess up the timeline if we watch it casually? Thea did not care at all. Although she was the self-proclaimed time manager, she felt that it was not a problem to do something within her scope of authority. Is that so? Then can we go back and take a look? Sure, we might even find a time loophole. Thea said something that even she did not believe. They each created a clone and led Diana to the vanishing point and went back into the timeline. The scenery of Paradise Island was the same as before, or rather, it was the same as before. Thea chose the time 7 years after Diana was born. She did not dare to go any further as she was afraid that she would meet Zeus. The two goddesses were hiding in the forest, looking at the young Hippolyte and Antiope were talking. Not far away, there was a small figure hiding, eavesdropping as well. She seemed to have seen her mother's expectations of her behind her back, and she was a little conflicted. Quietly leaving the forest, little Diana returned to her place, put away all her toys, and reluctantly began to practice. Look, you were not much better than Casey when you were young. Thea covered her mouth and laughed. Diana's expression was strange. Looking back at time, she was not very hardworking when she was young. They were like invisible people, walking on the crowded Paradise Island. At this time, the Amazons had just started living here, and the tribe still maintained their primitive customs. The artistic buildings of the future did not appear, and Thea did not seem like much. However, Diana was in high spirits. The sea breeze blew their hair from time to time. Looking at the mountains in the distance, holding her lover's hand, walking on the land where she was born and raised, she was so happy that she could fly. Looking at the many younger versions of her tribe members running around, building their homes, she felt a joy from the bottom of her heart. Are you happy? Thea asked as if she was showing off a treasure. Happy. Diana replied sweetly. Then come to my place tonight. But I promised Casey that I would rush back. Casey is so old, he won't die. Just make a call and say that the Zhenglian has a mission. Thea dispelled Diana's concerns with just a few words. According to her, if Diana, the teacher who brought her own food, were to disappear for a few days, the magical girl would realize the value of a teacher and would most likely study harder in the future. Knowing that she was talking nonsense, Diana still accepted her explanation. Diana was the one talking while Thea was the one listening. However, both of them were very restrained and did not use their magic power to do anything for Paradise Island. This was already the past. It was fine to watch, but it was taboo to get involved. Diana was walking forward when Thea suddenly grabbed her arm. The Valkyrie was very vigilant. Her bright eyes scanned the crowd and saw a woman as bright as the moonlight. He can see me. This was the first reaction of the three women who met by chance. Oh, Your Highness Artemis, I didn't expect to see you here. Thea was the strongest. She instantly saw through the other party's true identity. Although her current level was higher than the other party, Thea still bowed slightly to the other party as a form of greeting. Ah. Oh, hello. Diana was a little embarrassed. The moon goddess Artemis was her elder sister, but the relationship between the siblings of the Greek gods was really worrying. She just remembered that she had been blessed by Artemis when she was born, so she saluted. Moon God was shocked. She did not expect to run into two god spirits she had never seen before while she was out for a walk. Although they were all clones, she could tell many things from their characteristics. Diana gave her the feeling that she was like Apollo. She had a dignified aura and could not be looked at directly. Thea, on the other hand, could not see through her. She was a little like Hades, but she could not tell the difference. Realizing that she was a little rude, she hurriedly bowed to the two goddesses. The three goddesses did not speak. Thea and Diana were a little speechless. They did not expect to meet acquaintances on a trip. For a moment, they did not know what to say. The moon goddess was the first to speak. Your highnesses are not from the Greek gods, right? Are you the gods of the Mesopotamia? They had seen the Egyptian gods before. Gods like Thea were one of the best even among the 9 pillar gods. There was no reason for them not to know her. Diana looked at Thea with a strange expression. The look in her eyes said, "How are we going to explain this?" "We came from the future to thank you, Your Highness," Thea said without blushing. This news shocked the moon goddess. Time was a forbidden area for the gods. Not to mention her, even Zeus did not dare to casually touch the timeline. Without a reference point, blindly entering the timeline would have an 80% chance of losing oneself. Do I still have a future? Of course. Olympus prophesied that the eldest son of Zeus will kill one of his children and then ascend to the throne. Is that true? It's a lie. It's pure nonsense. Ah. The moon goddess was completely unsettled. I can't sleep thinking about it. Now you're telling me that it's a lie. But Zeus is oracle, he said. The moon goddess hesitated. She did not know if she should talk about the secrets of her gods with these 2 unfamiliar gods. Thea sneered. Zeus was too cunning. He played his children in circles, tricking them into giving up their human faith and hiding in the gods' kingdom to wait for death. Meanwhile, he was crazily grabbing every opportunity to reach the highest level. Did humans give up on the gods, or did the gods give up on humans? She did not dare to talk about this question lightly. This was a matter of the past to her. Humans had entered the age of technology. The age of the old gods and the gods of faith would come to an end sooner or later. Your Highness, the path of faith is ultimately limited. However, as long as the bright moon in the sky is still there, nothing will happen to you. Artemis's personality was very light, even a little aloof from worldly affairs. After being tricked by Thea, she completely extinguished the idea of participating in the battle of the gods. What happened next was logical. Thea had always felt that the moon goddess was unreasonably good to her back then. Now that the truth was out, she realized that it was all because of her own knowledge that she had given up on. There was no discerning eye, no familiarity at first sight. The inside story was actually a deal. It was a fair deal. She did not let the moon goddess suffer a loss. To prevent her from jumping into the pit, she also gave her some pointers from the perspective of a new god. It had to be said that the Greek gods spent a lot of effort on eating, drinking, and having fun. However, when it came to becoming stronger, they were all as slow as fools. Giving up the human faith and walking the path of the gods of nature, like Zeus, was the only choice for Artemis. You came from the future, so your knowledge must be 100 times better than mine. What is the world we live in? What is the position of our gods? The moon goddess asked at the end of the conversation. Hearing this question, Diana's eyes flashed. In fact, she did not know either. However, her intuition told her that Thea most likely knew. It was just that she did not say it. Sending a signal to your lover that you must say it today, Diana puts her hands in her pockets and is ready to listen carefully. Thea scratched her head a little. After thinking about it, she decided to say a small part. The universe is very big. There are unknown parallel universes. The world under our feet is one of them. She did not show off the concept of 52 universes. The new gods were unique, but the old gods were different. There was no need to deliberately show off this point. In the universe, there is an immeasurable power that divides the universe into 8 regions, called the realm of gods. They correspond to each other. They are dream, heaven, new creation, and heaven. Nightmare, hell, apocalypse, and underworld. We come from new creation. Our enemy, dark side, is in apocalypse. Many holy lands, including Mount Olympus, are in heaven. The underworld of Hades and Osiris is in underworld. Of course, the angels are in heaven, and the demons are in hell. As for dream and nightmare, they are too mysterious. I don't know. She briefly explained the realm of gods, and the moon goddess breathed a sigh of relief. She had always thought that she was not doing well. Now that she analyzed it, it seemed to be okay. Some of the urgency in her expression disappeared, and her temperament slowly calmed down. Thank you for your kind words. I look forward to our next meeting. Before Moon God left, she said something that had a double meaning. After sending the Moon Goddess off, Thea continued to walk around with Diana for the whole day. When they returned to the original spacetime, they were going to the party on the weekend. Chapter 799. It was the weekend in Gotham City. It was heaven in the day and hell at night. The storm caused by Batman's disappearance had gradually calmed down. Dick Grayson was working very hard. Everyone could see that, but he was not Bruce after all. Thea took advantage of this opportunity to make a move on both sides. A large number of criminals were loaded into spaceships and taken away. For example, Batman's old rival, Penguin Man, was now mining coal on a planet 5 light-years away from Earth. Many of the underworld families were swept up several times, and all the core elites were captured. The remaining small fries were also beaten up badly by the Raptor squad led by Barbara, the new Batman, Dick, and Damian, the Robin. It could be said that security in Gotham was at its best right now. A new wave of criminals would definitely stand up, redivide the territory, and confirm a new boss. But that was a matter for the future. Welcome, Thea, Diana. As Bruce's cousin, Batwoman Kate Kane was also from a wealthy family. Her villa was located in the wealthy district. Unlike Wayne's old mansion, which only had one old butler, she had many helpers. The waiter at the door helped to open the car door. Thea was wearing a checkered chiffon blouse, a camel-colored skirt, and stilettos. Diana was wearing a white dress and black pointy heels. The two of them walked out of the car hand in hand with smiles on their faces. Batwoman, who was standing at the door to greet them, was not wearing the red and black battle suit. She was also wearing a very casual dress, like a gorgeous young woman. She looked much younger than Bruce, who had suffered so much. Thea and Diana hugged her gently and said jokingly, "Gotham's security has improved a lot. I was worried about a fight before I came. I'll leave Gotham to the young people from now on. I can retire." Batwoman laughed softly. They exchanged a few more pleasantries and walked into the venue together. The secretary and Poison Ivy had been there for a while. They greeted each other from afar and talked to each other. After a while, the Danvers sisters, Yavala, and Cassina entered the venue. Alex's lover, Maggie Sawyer, had a gentle smile that hid unquestionable faith. She was a very charming woman. As for Kane's lover, Renee Montoya, the future second-generation questioner, she didn't seem to speak much, but she had an unyielding bearing. These two were ordinary people. They were both police officers and had long announced that they had come out of the closet. They had a lot in common. She was wearing a tank top, revealing her smooth shoulders and arms. She was wearing a blue skirt and crystal high heels. She looked both ladylike and fashionable, much better than her usual rustic outfit. Needless to say, it was all thanks to Lena. Thea is amused to see her looking around and holding the expensive handbag as if it were a brick. "What are you afraid of? Will a Superman jump out of the bushes?" She turned around and patted Supergirl from behind. "Hi, Kara." The little girl hurriedly turned her head. From her expression, it was obvious that she had been startled. When she realized that it was Thea, she immediately relaxed. "How is it? Are you happy staying with Lena?" "Quite happy, but Lena is always controlling me." Kara pouted and complained. Thea smiled and patted her on the shoulder. This girl needed someone to control her. Otherwise, her days would definitely be muddled. Today's gathering was mainly for Carla, Alex and Lena, the three novices, to strengthen their confidence. As for the rest, they had nothing to say. As the host, Kane had a brief talk with them and then left the meeting to them. As a veteran of the superheroes, Thea had always treated Kara as her sister. She was prepared to say a few words. Today, we are gathered here to give our blessings to a few loving couples. Love knows no boundaries or gender. It is full of kindness. When two hearts are together, it will bring us endless strength. Love is not a burden, it is a gift. After the young lady finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. Ripples appeared in the magnificent villa. Before they could understand what was going on, they were already in a magnificent city with technology far beyond their imagination. The tall buildings with a metallic texture, the constantly patrolling spaceships, and the statues in the city square all revealed that this was an extraterrestrial civilization. They were not fools. 90% of Thea's gathering this time was prepared for Kara. She was the only alien present. It was not difficult for the girls to guess that this was Krypton, especially when they saw Kara's stunned expression. Thea revealed the answer. This is Krypton. It is simulated using holographic technology. Take Lena and have a look. In order to build this virtual space, she found several people who had been to Krypton through the IBAN Business Alliance and inputted their memories to build a virtual simulation environment. Finally, she found Comrade Violent Wolf who had been to Krypton 7 times to test it. The similarity was as high as 99%. Fiora had also seen it in person and felt that there was no problem. Kara must have been only 10 years old at that time and could not see the subtle differences. At this time, Kara pulled Lena and ran in front while the rest slowly followed behind. They could vaguely hear Kara's introduction. This was someone's home, and there was a delicious shop there. Lena also wanted to know more about her lover's past. They talked and laughed as they walked. Can't you take it back to the time before Krypton? Deanna asked in a low voice. Thea whispered back, it's difficult. It involves a very complicated past. We should not touch it easily. After she self-proclaimed as the time manager, she realized how many secrets there were in time. The current board of governors could only do some mending work. They could intervene in the affairs of ordinary people, but once it was beyond Thea's level, they would be in the dark. There was no doubt that some big shots did not want to be seen. This was the situation on Krypton. The young lady chose to retreat. Using space technology, she could completely simulate the environment of Krypton, but it was not necessary. Kara also knew that this was all an illusion. She was very satisfied to see her hometown again. She was full of energy again. Karaoke played crazily for a whole day. She was so tired that she did not even recover when she sang in the evening. As the goddess of art, Thea's voice had reached a level beyond the sound of nature. However, she did not steal the limelight. She sang a simple song with Diana and then left the stage to karaoke. Surprisingly, Supergirl was very talented in music. She sang a few songs very beautifully. According to her boast, the word karaoke in her name meant karaoke. After confirming her love, Supergirl finally walked out of the confusion and glowed with her own spirit. Chapter 800. According to Thea's estimation, with the power of the Iyer family and the wisdom of the Luthor family, Kara might go further than Superman in the future. At the end of the party, Dionysus showed its power again. The heroines and policewomen were drunk and went back to their rooms to sleep. The group of women played around for a whole day. Deanna went back to teach her apprentice, and Thea began to think about the future. The Guardians seemed to have replaced Hal Jordan because Hal had repeatedly disobeyed orders, but the truth was not that simple. According to the yellow lamp and the green lamp, the Green Lantern Corps had been on the move recently, which meant that they had begun to plot against the entire universe. There was only one enemy that could make the emotionless little blue man so anxious, and that was the imminent arrival of the Dark Knight. They were eliminating unstable factors. Hal Jordan was a troublemaker, and there was no doubt that they would take him down first. Thea had also thought about stopping this disaster, but unfortunately, this was the will of the universe. If there was life, there would be death. Everything was caused by the laws of nature. She could not stop it, nor could she stop it. The consciousness of this universe was much stronger than that of Earth too. Once she stood on the opposite side of it, Thea felt that some ghost stranger would jump out at her in the next second. In fact, there was a good way to deal with the Dark Knight once and for all, and that was to cremate the entire universe. If the bodies were burned, you would not be able to stand up even if you wanted to. But she also knew that this was unrealistic. According to incomplete statistics, 90% of the planets in the universe carried out burials. The few planets that Thea had been to all carried out burials. Nearly 1 million bodies of Green Lanterns were buried in the cemetery of the main planet of Ura. Many of these people were the greatest Green Lanterns when they were alive. If Thea proposed to burn the bodies of these people, she might as well lead the yellow and green lamps to war with the green lamps. Not to mention the distant alien planets, she could not even deal with Earth. Except for a few countries in Asia that carried out cremation, most countries carried out burials. The resistance to this matter was so great that the power of the president could not be pushed through at all. She had to re-enter a monarchical society. If she forced it, she estimated that she would have to kill hundreds of millions of people. Furthermore, the deceased relatives of superheroes were all buried. Even Diana's Paradise Island was buried. Did they burn all their corpses? It was possible that she had killed more people than she did on the Night of Darkness. Did she have nothing better to do? Soon, she arrived at a secret base of the Heaven's Eye Society. Diana had talked to her before she left. Clown Girl didn't seem to have done anything wrong. It was inhumane for Amanda to put a bomb in her neck and risk her life for her. Moreover, the ugly girl had performed meritorious deeds during Darkseid's invasion. Was it possible to release her on that basis? Thea also felt that the Clown Girl was slowly getting better. She was a little crazy, but not to the point where she was unscrupulous. She decided to fish her out and observe her for a while. She went straight to the Heavenly Eye Society and told Amanda that she wanted to take the ugly girl away. Can you tell me your reasons? Black Panther didn't look too good. She felt a little embarrassed when Lin Fan came to ask for her in such a blatant way. What reason do you want? Government approval. A special pardon. A thank you letter signed by the Justice League. You can think of anything. I can find it for you, Thea said, amused. She was very confident in facing the Heavenly Eye Society now. No one in the system could beat her. Amanda sighed. You can take the ugly girl away, but, no buts, Thea answered calmly. She was in a different position. She had no right to talk about conditions. The two quickly completed the procedures. I can go now. Clown Girl, who was practicing gymnastics in her cell, was a little surprised when the bomb was taken out. Amanda didn't look too good. She slammed the door and left. Clown Girl looked around in confusion. After a while, she realized something. Oh, little Thea, are you here to save me? Thea ignored her. Jim, guard. Then I'll be leaving. Ha! The guard looked at her blankly. Lawton, I'm leaving. Death Archer's eyes almost popped out when he saw Clown Girl waving at him from outside the cell. Can I stay by your side forever? Until death. Why did you run away when those words were still ringing in my ears? Don't send me off. I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you guys later. Clown Girl was still yelling at the prison door. Her voice was full of energy. It was obvious that she was very happy. Thea quickly pulled this troublemaker into the car. If she continued to taunt, half of the people in the prison would come out and beat her up. Thea didn't dare to throw this crazy person into society. She locked her up in the administrative committee and let Bao Lang watch her for a few days to see what would happen. After dealing with Clown Girl, she returned to the vanishing point in less than 10 minutes. Ballistics and extreme speed, the two extreme speed. She had to check on their results. This is a magician from the 64th century. Extreme speed pulled over a middle-aged man with white hair. His eyes were unfocused and his words were frivolous. Thea opened the records of Arcane Core's eye and looked at it carefully. The number of crimes this magician committed was shocking. In his eyes, all humans were like NPCs in a game. It was not uncommon for him to kill people. Not only did he commit crimes in the parallel universe, but he also did many bad things in Thea's original universe. The Heaven's Eye Society even planned several capture operations, but unfortunately, he used future technology to evade them. Don't look at me like that. Future person, do you think you're better than others? As far as I know, in the 30th century, the Superhero Legion has already issued an iron law forbidding time travel. Your era is 3,000 years later than theirs. How dare you ignore the human agreement? You're unforgivable. Magician's eyes were full of contempt. Even if he became a prisoner, he still didn't think he would be in trouble. In his opinion, even if these people from the 21st century could travel through time, their knowledge was no different from prehistoric humans. Thea reached out and tapped his forehead. A bright light flashed and her finger was blown away by an explosion. Both of them were surprised. Nano body structure. You're not even human now, right? Thea looked like she saw a new toy. This guy had modified his body to a terrifying level. Magician was also shocked. Even with the power suppression handcuffs, he still didn't think anyone could kill him. In this primitive era, any weapon should stop in front of the crystallization of future technology. This was also the reason why he dared to do whatever he wanted. But just now, Thea's casual move made his heart palpitate. Don't look at me. I don't have any psychological burden if I kill you. Thea smiled and pointed again. This time, she used her divine power. The nanobody couldn't resist the soul extraction. Magician's face was filled with confusion. He fell to the ground with a dull gaze. He was already dead. Mr. Speed, bring the other prisoner. Thea kept the soul fragment. The reason why she showed her skills was to kill this scum and also to intimidate Speed. The second prisoner was brought up. It was a red-haired boy who was less than 1.5 meters tall. He was terrified as he was dragged out by Speed. Yo, this is a famous person, Bart Allen of the Speed family. Thea flipped through the records. Just as she had expected, this child did not commit any crimes at all. It was more or less like he was caught to vent his anger at the speed of light. Chapter 801. Thea glanced at him expressionlessly, and he quickly lowered his head. She flipped through the records of the Eye of Arcane Nuclei. When the boy traveled through time for the first time, Thea said kindly, "Shall I send you back to your original time?" The boy saw that she was friendly, so he quickly gestured with his hands. "It's too fast. Slow down." "Oh, okay, whatever." The boy couldn't control his speed at all. He gestured with his hands and spoke too fast. If not for Thea's super speed, she would have only seen a blur in front of her. The English of the future was very different from the present. Fortunately, she had the divine trait of being proficient in languages, or else she would have been confused. The boy saw that she could keep up with his speed, so he gestured even more enthusiastically. "Oh, you're here to find your grandfather. It must be hard on you, this journey is long." "Okay, I'll take you there." Thea waved her hand and pulled the boy to the Advanced Technology Laboratory. In the Advanced Technology Laboratory, the Lightning Squad was having a meeting to figure out how to get Wally West out of the space of seraphic speed. The initial plan was to rely on Psyker's shockwave ability to find the entrance to the space of seraphic speed, and then Barry would run in to save him. It could be said that this plan was rough and helpless. They didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter and whether they could come out alive. Barry and Wally weren't friends at all. He was only willing to take this risk for Ayers and his adoptive father Joe. The young mistress's visit surprised everyone. "Thea, what's the matter?" Barry had just opened his mouth when he saw the half-grown child beside Thea run to his side, hugging his waist and calling out affectionately. "Grandpa, I finally found you!" The boy shouted excitedly. In order for him to be able to shout this sentence normally so that the ordinary people could hear him clearly, the young mistress even cast a deceleration spell on him. At the same time, she also taught him modern English again, hiss. Thea thought she heard a loud gasp. She covered her mouth and snickered. She didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. She found a chair and sat down, ready to watch the show. Barry was stunned. His neck stiffened as he turned to look at Ayers, only to see the black girl's face turning green. What was the meaning of this? "This old lady hasn't been killed by Savita yet, and your grandson has already run out." Even though Ayers was just an ordinary person, she had seen the yellow lightning when the boy ran. This was clearly the power of Godspeed. Blackie's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She crossed her arms and waited for Barry to explain. Student little Sean was already panicking. He didn't know where to put his hands. He looked at Thea with a bitter face. "Big sister, where did you pick this kid up from? Don't trick me. I supported you in the Righteous Alliance conference." Cough, cough. Thea coughed softly. "I found this child in the timeline. He came from the 30th century. This explanation made Ayers even angrier. She was just an ordinary person. Without the power of speed, she did not think that she could live to the 30th century. At this moment, even Barry's adoptive father, Joe West, didn't look too good. However, he was an experienced policeman. He had seen a lot of storms and was much more rational than the young people. Half kneeling on the ground, he revealed a smile that he thought was very amiable as he stroked Bart Allen's head. "Child, who's your father?" "Don Allen." The little boy still knew the answer to this question. Barry found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He hurriedly spread out his hands and shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. What Don Allen? He had never heard of him. "What about your mother?" "Maloney Swan." "Who?" "Swan." This was the surname of Reverse Lightning Albert Swan. This surname was very lethal. Except for Thea, who was blatantly watching the show, and Wales and his daughter from Earth 2, the rest of the Lightning Squad were shocked. They looked at Barry as if he was an enemy. Reverse Lightning was their greatest enemy. How could your son be mixed up with his descendant? Just as Thea was about to take out her melon seeds and peanuts to watch the show, a long-distance communication interrupted her. She read the message twice and thought for a while. She stood up and stroked Bart Allen's little head. "Okay, stay with your family and play. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Goodbye, sister." The child waved to her from behind. Thea happily left the cutting-edge technology laboratory. 10 minutes later, she arrived at Odium, which was known as the most beautiful planet in the universe. It was the new base of the Blue Lantern Corps. The two guardians, Gonleth and Sed, had entered the deepest part of the universe to explore the secrets of the Dark Knight, leaving behind a small army of Blue Lanterns. However, it was at this moment that an enemy called the Strange Insectoid set their sights on the peaceful Blue Lanterns. The two guardians were not there. As the leader of the Blue Lantern Corps, the saint directly asked Thea for help. She agreed without much thought. The yellow lanterns and blue lanterns each sent out 500 people. The large group arrived at Odium. There was a reason why this place was called the most beautiful in the universe. Among the beautiful mountains and rivers, many of the yellow lanterns who were good at fighting felt calm. There were mountains, rivers, and warm and hospitable natives here. In addition, the saint spared no effort to transform the environment with the light of hope. It even made people feel as if they were in heaven. What a great place! The eldest son of Zeus also came. He was still dressed in the same way, with a dragon skin coat and a stone pillar-like sword. The only change was that his hostility had disappeared. His face was full of compassion, like an elder who had washed away all his glory. "Your Majesty, thank you for coming to help." The saint did not care about his subordinates around him. He knelt down in front of Thea and bowed deeply. Thea hurriedly helped him up and briefly explained the situation. The saint was under a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, he had a soft personality. His catchphrase was, "Everything will be fine." His way of dealing with troublesome matters was to wait and see. Wait for a pie to fall from the sky. Anyway, according to his theory, everything would be fine. It was not an exaggeration to say that the blue lanterns were just 2 or 3 big cats. It was too difficult to obtain the emotion of hope. They only had 3 official members. One was the saint, the planet Mogo, who was tricked into coming here, and the other was an alien who looked like an elephant spirit in Journey to the West. He was called Walls. It was a fool's dream to rely on the 3 of them to resist the army of the sharp insectoids. Those were the insectoids. Just by hearing the name, one would know that the enemy was huge. No matter how good the lanterns were at fighting, they had to kneel down and call the insectoids daddy. Now, with the strong support of the yellow lanterns and blue lanterns, the situation was much better. Especially with Thea, the eldest son, who was especially good at fighting and was not limited by the energy of the lantern ring. The saint finally let out a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty, today we have a new brother joining the blue lanterns. Sure enough, everything is better. Are you interested in coming and taking a look?" the saint suggested excitedly. Chapter 802. Thea had no objections. She ordered her subordinates to set up camp while she brought eldest son, Qing-Nu, and Akiro to watch the fun. She first greeted Mogo, who was like a satellite in the orbit of Odium from more than 300,000 kilometers away. The will of the baby planet was very happy, and the emotions it transmitted were all joy, excitement, and the like. Then she saw the 3rd member of the blue lamp, Walls. He was like the elephant spirit of Lion Camel Ridge. He had an elephant head, a long nose, and big ears. He floated in the air with his hands opening and closing, as if he was practicing some kind of spell. Thea's identity as a yellow lamp did not attract much attention from the elephant spirit, but her identity as a true god made him prostrate himself in admiration. "Did you practice to this level by yourself?" Thea took a closer look. This was really amazing. The saint obtained the blue lamp because of her cheat. Mogo was the will of the planet. Intelligent life forms were dregs in front of the will of the planet, but this elephant head was different. He had practiced to this level alive, and always maintained hope and persevered. Even Thea was a little moved. She thought for a moment, reached out, and a ray of light entered Walls' forehead. Countless illusions flashed through the eyes of the 3rd blue lamp, and then he solemnly bowed to Thea. Thea accepted it calmly. She had given out many theories of Earth's eminent monks. She was not suitable for these things, but the one in front of her was very suitable. After that, they visited the blue lamp's training ground. The official members were few, but the number of reserve members was barely acceptable. Thea looked around. There were more than 200 members who used temporary light rings, and everyone's face was full of happiness and happiness. To be honest, any one of these people was more positive than her. But the feeling of hope came and went quickly. It was only a step away from despair, and it was very difficult to maintain this feeling at all times. Is that your new member? Thea pointed to an alien sitting cross-legged in the middle of the square. This alien had a big orange head and 2 eyes like a goldfish. His eyes were watery, as if he had suffered a lot and suffered a lot. His sitting posture was similar to the elephant spirit, Walls. It was most likely the elephant spirit's private training method. One of his hands was raised in front of his chest, and his 4 fingers were as thin as chopsticks. This man's face was bitter, and his body was as thin as a stick. Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell that he was the type that was easy to bully. Thea face-bombed. How could the Blue Lanterns be any weaker? Everything will be fine. Just by relying on these guys. You should at least find someone who can fight. Yes, this is Sean. He just reached the level of an official blue lamp yesterday. The saint usually spoke slowly and in a soft voice. Add one more. I'll find one for you. Thea's gaze searched through the remaining blue lanterns. The battle is imminent, so I'll form a small team of 5 for you. At first glance, it was shocking. There was no one like the yellow lamp instructor, Akilo, who weighed more than 500 kilograms, had arms that could run horses, and thighs that could drive cars. She didn't know if this feeling of hope was biased towards people with small bodies, or if the saint had a problem with his eyesight. These 200-plus reserves all looked thin and withered. Thea lowered her standards again and again. Finally, she picked a tall female alien. She should be the one. A blue light flashed, and her feeling of hope was raised to the standard of an official blue lamp. With a new member, the saint was overjoyed. After a little arrangement, the woman named Circe also became an official blue lamp worker. The day of fear, the night of pain, the raging fire retreats coldly. All are lost in the fire of war. Looking up at the stars, the light of hope will never be extinguished. After a simple ceremony, 2 more blue lanterns were added. After watching the show, they began to discuss the matter of retreating from the enemy. That's right, the goal was to retreat from the enemy. The plan to kill the enemy was not an option at all. The home planet of the sharp insect race is in Sector 9. Their forces are spread across the surrounding 31 galaxies, and they control Sectors 9 and 10. They are an extremely powerful civilization. The saint, who was still in a feudal society and thought that there were only a few people on his planet, suddenly sat in the position of a leader. Facing the fierce alien enemies, to be honest, he was a little powerless. He was more optimistic and was still thinking of ways to maintain the situation. However, no one laughed at him. The terror of the insect race was well known by all civilizations that entered the universe era. No one dared to provoke them. Now that they had gathered the power of 3 lanterns, the Odin people were not weak. They also had some battleship weapons, but these added together could only resist 1 or 2. If they had time to study how to defeat the enemy, it was better to think about retreating. Even Thea did not want to start a war with the insect race. There was no need to win or lose. The insect race's reproductive ability was the best in the universe, and she would be distressed for half a day if she lost 1 lantern. Starting a war between the 2 sides was simply using porcelain to smash a jar. The goddess of trade would never do such a loss-making thing. What's more, now that the Guardians had begun to make preparations to deal with the Dark Knight, she could not fall behind. It was different from the fog in the Book of O.A.'s prophecy, and the Guardian's wild imagination. She knew the details of the Dark Knight. It was not a weapon, nor was it the end of the world. It was the rebirth of the dead. To deal with the countless dead that crawled out of their graves, was there a better fighter than the insect race? She joined the war with the purpose of making the enemy surrender. In her opinion, there were very few things in the universe that could not be traded. The sharp insect race must have needs. If you have difficulties, I will help you solve your difficulties. What a good thing. What? No difficulties. If there were no difficulties, Goddess Thea would change her avatar to create some difficulties for them. After asking about the sharp insect race's habitat, she did not let anyone protect her and flew over by herself. Of course, the reason was to investigate the enemy. In a few breaths, she crossed several sectors and arrived at the sharp insect race's main planet. It was a bit of a stretch to call it the main planet. The sharp insect race was very small at first, and they were not the rulers of the mother planet. However, after continuous reproduction and evolution, they finally took the planet from the hands of intelligent life and began to expand wildly. The original main planet quickly became a desert. The Cortex Prime could not move, so they plundered planets with beautiful scenery and resources from the universe and used biological means to connect the newly conquered planets to the already barren mother planet. The sharp insect race that Thea saw was now an irregular celestial body. It was like a huge arthropod lying in the universe. The original planet was in the middle, and there were 7 or 8 planets outside that were grabbed together by tentacles that covered the sky. The nature of plundering seemed to be engraved in the genes of this race. The appearance of the planet conveyed a belief to intelligent life. We will not compromise, we will not admit defeat, and we will fight to the last soldier. Chapter 803. Interesting. Thea was bold because of her skill. She watched for a long time. The strange insectoids were not incompetent either. In less than a minute, 7 strangely shaped, half-biological, half-mechanical battleships came out aggressively. They did not waste any time and opened fire as soon as they entered the range. At the same time, the energy shield was activated and the main cannon began to charge. The young lady was not stupid enough to take the bombardment of the main cannon head-on. She felt that she was here to do business, so she did not fight the battleships head-on. Her drifting figure moved left and right, passing through the many cannon fire. She flew through the gaps between the battleships and landed on the planet's surface far away. Boom! She had just entered the atmosphere when 2 white lasers came at her. Thea did not even look at them. She waved her hand and deflected the 2 lasers, returning them to their original owners. In the 2 explosions, she landed on the ground. On the desolate and dead planet, there were only stones and stones. There was no vegetation at all. It could be said that the main planet of the strange insectoids was dead. Swoosh! Swoosh! 7 or 8 beetle-shaped robots with blue shells surrounded her. Oh! It's rare to see humanoid creatures on this planet. Are you insectoids? Why are you working for them? Theo looked at these blue and black exoskeleton robots and felt that they were familiar. Who were they? She vaguely remembered that they were heroes. A few armored insectoids communicated with each other in short words. It was not language, but some kind of special signal. A few robots quickly ran away and surrounded Thea. At the same time, their armor began to transform. Some turned into cannon barrels, some into sharp blades. There was no doubt that they were besieging her. Only one guy hid far away, waving his hands and saying something to her. Thea was curious. She looked at this weird guy and finally found the corresponding character in her memory. This guy was Blue Beetle from the Young Titans. Why did he run so far away? This was Sector 9. It was half the universe away from Sector 2814 of Earth. However, this was not the time to chat. There were a bunch of enemies around. A bunch of cannon fodder. Sia snorted, clenched her fists, and smashed them into the void. Invisible ripples hit the enemies, and the robots all stopped moving, maintaining their dull and stiff postures, not moving at all. Now, her understanding of the soul had deepened, and her use of various techniques had reached a very high level. These aliens captured by the insectoids and put on insectoid armor were all turned into idiots by the soul shock. Thea casually walked out of the encirclement and stood in front of Blue Beetle. She looked at him curiously. She was here to discuss business today, so she was dressed very casually. Their initial plan was to use peaceful means before resorting to force. If they really couldn't come to an agreement, they would change their identities to create difficulties. The beige leather jacket and blue jeans made him look handsome, but on this desert-like alien planet, he looked very different. The young mistress walked in front of Blue Beetle and knocked on her mask. Blue Beetle's right hand turned into a long sword and slashed upwards. Kid, if you can't control this machine, I won't go easy on you. Thea reached out 2 fingers and clamped the blade. No matter how much energy the machine channeled, it didn't move an inch. After a while, the machine seemed to realize that it was no match for her. The blade turned back into a part of the glove, and Thea let go of it. Like an old machine, Blue Beetle's mask made a series of loud clicking sounds. A young boy's face slowly emerged from the armor. The boy had obvious Mexican features. He had a round face and small eyes. Now the boy's face was full of panic. When he saw Thea, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. You are Miss Quinn, right? You are from Earth, right? Is the Justice League here to save me? After he finished speaking, he looked around as if he was looking for Superman and Batman. Thea felt that the boy was a little nervous and didn't use his brain. Would the League cross half the universe to save an ordinary person? The League isn't here. I'm just passing by. I'm from Texas. My father owns a car repair factory. This thing wants me to join the war. I want to go home, but this, the boy pointed at his armor and spoke incoherently for a long time. Thea hugged her shoulders and listened as if nothing had happened. When the boy said he wanted to go home for the 3rd time, she asked, "What's your name, boy?" "Jamie Reyes, I." The boy slowly calmed down and looked at Thea's outfit. To be honest, in the boy's heart, Thea was not as good as him. At least he had a suit of armor. This big sister in front of him came to an alien planet in casual clothes. "Okay, Mr. Reyes, how did you come to this star field? Is this place far from Earth?" The boy began to tell a long story. He accidentally obtained a fist-sized Blue Beetle statue from a gang fight. After that, like many protagonists in novels, he dripped his blood on the statue and activated the device. The Blue Beetle woke up and used him as the host to become an alien weapon. The remote signal received the news that the sharp strange insectoids were going to war with the blue lamp. The armor flew countless light years away and returned to the mother planet without a care. Just as he was in a state of panic, the lady descended from the sky. Oh, the story isn't complicated. The boy wanted to refute that it wasn't a story, but he didn't dare. Your armor is very interesting. How about this, when you return to Earth, give this person a call and ask her to help you research it. See if she can modify some of the commands so that you can control it. After Thea finished speaking, she took out a notebook under the boy's confused gaze. She tore off a piece of paper, wrote down Felicity's phone number, and handed it to the boy. The boy's face was full of suspicion. "Big sister, can our phone call reach so far away?" Then, he saw a sky blue glow in Thea's hand, and a very magical vortex appeared in front of him. "Go in. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? But I didn't record the teleportation point in Texas. This should be Star City. Maybe I'll let you change the car twice." The boy almost knelt down. "You're really a kind person. Not to mention Star City, as long as he could return to Earth or the South Pole, he would be happy." Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and rushed into the portal. After the small interlude, Thea activated her supervision. She wanted to find the boss here and ask if it had any difficulties. The insectoids that came out of the ground were killed with a slap. Those that could turn invisible were burned into fireballs. Those that could spray acid were greeted with lightning magic. In short, Thea walked neither fast nor slow in order to show off her strength. She also wanted to take the opportunity to see if this insectoid had the ability to do business with her. Chapter 804. A single Zerg was not strong. Even an ordinary person on Earth could fight them one-on-one with weapons. In a horror movie, a group of ordinary people could kill them with fire axes. However, once the Zerg reached a large scale, they would be terrifying. Boom! With a loud explosion, a wall of fire more than 10 meters high and 100 meters long was created out of thin air. She pushed it towards the oncoming sea of Zerg. In the high temperature of over 1,000 degrees, less than 1 in 1,000 survived. Thea stomped on the ground with her left foot and used a large earthquake spell to bury the remaining Zerg. Almost no soul. That's really bad. She sighed as she walked in. Large-scale soul magic had little effect on the Zerg. They did not have souls. Even if the little soul in their bodies was extracted, it would not affect them much. The Zerg were driven by their instincts. No matter how deep her understanding of souls was, it would be useless. This caused Thea's earth-shattering strength to be reduced by more than half. This problem could not be ignored. The Zerg did not have many souls. The corpses that were resurrected in the night of darkness did not have any souls. There was no need to talk about wealth and trade. They were all dead. No matter how much wealth she had, it would be useless. Souls, wealth, trade, literature. The corpses could be said to be immune to the 4 divine positions in her hands. If they really fought, Miss Thea would not be as useful as Diana. This was also the main reason why she came to help the sharp Zerg. When she reached a canyon, she could not walk anymore. Zerg filled her vision. There were all kinds of Zerg that she had seen before and never seen before. There were Zerg that looked like combat-type Zerg. They bared their teeth and were ready to fight to the death. There were also Zerg with big bellies. They looked like Zerg that specialized in reproduction. They filled the entire space. The Cortex Prime seemed to be confused. Thea could not help but think. The Cortex Prime was completely frightened by her direct attack. Now that it had sent out all its forces, it seemed like it would rather die than live in dishonor. Ah, her clear and bright laughter rang through the entire valley. She moved her shoulders. She had killed at least 1 million Zerg along the way. The Zerg's technological capabilities were not low. Many of them were half machine and half living creatures. They had good fighting abilities and perfect cooperation. It took a lot of effort to kill them. She was really tired. Hey! The guy inside, I'm here to do business with you. I don't believe you. The insectoid mastermind did not believe it at all. You've killed your way to my doorstep, saying that you're here for business. Are you kidding me? You can buy anything and sell anything. Have you heard the slogan of our anything you want? Thea put a white hand to her mouth and shouted into the valley. Is this whatever house very famous? The insectoid mastermind expressed that it did not understand. However, it wasn't a kind soul either. It was being attacked at its doorstep, yet it still wanted to chat in a soft voice. What a joke. While Thea was waiting, it directly mobilized a large amount of energy to erect a vast protective shield in the valley. The dark blue shield was like a pot lid, completely blocking the entire valley. With a single command from the mainframe, all the Zergs charged towards Thea in a frenzy. As for the logistical insects, he left them by his side. Firstly, they had no combat power at all. Secondly, he was afraid that if they all died, he would have problems controlling the insects. Psychokinesis. Thea saw through the enemy's trick. She also used a protective shield, but she used a silver flame shield. All the zergs that charged towards her were burned to ashes. She did not even look at the zergs, but at the mainframe's shield. This time, she did not use any soul wealth divine power techniques. Thea clenched her right hand into a fist, imitating the scene of the Heavenly Father killing Superman with a single punch from the Creator planet. She only used her divine power, and did not use any special characteristics. This punch was pure physical strength. Thea wanted to see the difference between herself and the Heavenly Father. She took a deep breath and ignored the zergs that were like moths to a flame. Violent air currents surged around her, and the remains of the zergs were sent flying in the air. When her aura and strength had accumulated to the highest point, Thea fiercely threw out a punch. Vaguely, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The force of the punch caused a 3-mile-long, 100-meter-wide deep trench on the ground. Countless insectoids that could not fly were directly turned into dust. The air was squeezed to the sides, and the shadow of the fist rushed out a few miles. The originally white fist had become a 100-meter-tall fist in front of the mainframe's shield. This punch carried the power of a thunderbolt, and fiercely hit the dark blue shield. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Thea was a little depressed. She did not break it. Huge spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield. Countless telekinesis was quickly used to repair the cracks and repair the damage. The mainframe barely blocked it, but it did. Sigh, after all, I'm not a warrior. Looks like I won't be able to use powerful attacks in the future. She shook her head and sighed unhappily. After that, she did not gather any mana or cast any spells. She threw out a few meters-long flaming javelin with a silver-white flame tail. Crack! The flaming javelin hit the spot where the fist landed. This time, the shield could not hold on and directly shattered into pieces. Hey, if you don't come out, I'm really going to leave. Thea thought that she was a reasonable person. She was not going to walk up to the mainframe and talk nonsense. According to her understanding, this mainframe had no combat power, no defense, and no mobility. It was a person without the three. If a human nuclear bomb like her walked in front of it, it would not be able to resist at all. The principle of a transaction was that both sides should be equal. She was not going to go overboard. She waited for 10 seconds. The air above the valley changed rapidly, and was finally squeezed into a slightly ugly face by telekinesis. The mainframe was forced to show itself. In fact, it was helpless. It could not tell whether a strong person like Thea was just passing by or was here to seek revenge. No matter what, it had to take it. The strong were respected. This was especially obvious in this kind of universe. It could not figure out Thea's goal, and did not know where her people were or if they had any weaknesses. If she came to visit every 2 or 3 days, it would not be able to stop her or fight her. That would be the end of it. So it had to come out no matter what, or at least ask the other party's intentions. Using telekinesis, the somewhat human-like face sized up Thea. Which strong person in the universe are you? Why have you come to the sharp insect tribe? Thea laughed and said something that even she didn't believe. I'm here with friendship. It must be very difficult for you to live in this bitter and cold place. Do you need anything? The mainframe wanted to say, we don't need anything. If we need anything, we can get it ourselves. We don't need anything from you. But the mainframe that had gathered all of the insect tribe's intelligence still had some instincts to avoid harm. It did not dare to retort. It definitely had not heard of the saying, I'm a fish on the chopping block, but the logic was the same. The Cortex Prime was speechless at the fact that this great god had come to its bandit lair to force a sale. Its plan was that no matter what he was selling, it would grit its teeth and buy it, as long as he left in a good mood. You. What do you think we need? The mainframe's heart was bleeding. It had already prepared to spend a lot of money and wanted to send her away quickly. Thea's eyes were as bright as the stars. For a moment, it was so bright that even the mainframe's avatar was a little unstable. She finally stopped. I am the Lord of Souls. You don't have souls. I can sell you some blank souls. Do you want them? Thea gave herself a new avatar. Ah! Suddenly hearing such shocking news, the mainframe's telekinesis face dissipated into gas. It hurriedly reformed again. Is what you said true? Souls can be traded. How much do you need to pay? Thea was laughing in her heart. As expected, selling what you needed to the person who needed it was the way to go. Seeing the other party so eager, she prepared to ask for an exorbitant price. She pretended to be very serious. I am the Lord of Souls. My words are the law. Souls can be created and destroyed. Naturally, they can be traded. I want the sharp insect tribe to fight for me. Her words were ambiguous, and in the insectoid mastermind's interpretation, she was fighting for herself. Could this be a newly risen powerhouse? She did not have any subordinates, so she set her sights on the sharp insect tribe. Chapter 805. The division of power in the universe had long been clear. The Green Lantern Corps' so-called maintenance of peace in the universe was more of a maintenance of the situation. There were many areas they couldn't manage and didn't dare to manage. The Kryptonians of the past, Mungo and his son, and the current strange insectoids, they couldn't manage them. In the insectoid mastermind's view, Thea was here to recruit them. After all, the barbaric way the insectoids grew was rejected by all intelligent life. They were currently the only force in the universe that didn't have a leader. However, the mastermind didn't hastily give the order. It couldn't bow down to her right away. At the very least, it had to see how much change this Soul King could bring to the strange insectoids. Honorable Sovereign, the strange insectoids are willing to accept your glory. Please respond to our humble request. The mastermind lowered its stance, but the meaning behind its words was that it wouldn't act until it saw a rabbit. Thea stretched out a finger. I have a pure soul in my finger. It has no memories and no past. I know you can't see it. But you can find a member of your race and I'll demonstrate it to you. She originally wanted to treat it as a business deal, but for some reason, the mastermind seemed to have misunderstood something. The mistress didn't mention anything about the deal anymore. In the mastermind's view, this was only natural. This was the Soul King. What a grand name. No lightning struck her when she shouted out such a grand name. This meant that the will of the universe recognized her. Why would such a big shot want to do business with them? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, and with a thought, a winged tribesman flew over. The siren had recently obtained a lot of souls. After repeated research, Thea now had the ability to stuff souls into her body. One had to know that she had always been the type of person who didn't care about burying. It was difficult to stuff a living person's soul into her body. The various mental, physical, and memory problems were very complicated. She didn't have a good solution. However, the insectoids were different. Their souls were naturally thin. Thea had taken a look at the insectoid's internal structure. The insectoid's body structure was for evolution. They had countless advantages, but the rapid evolution of their bodies and the constant replacement of their genetic chains also affected their souls to a certain extent. To be honest, they were too casual. For a long time, many insectoids lived in a muddle-headed state and could only rely on the mastermind to coordinate their work. Having a soul, having memories, and being able to think independently, this was the symbol of intelligent life. If the sharp insectoids obtained a soul, then they might be called them. This was the most important thing in history. Thea did not use the soul fragments of Earthlings. Due to the existence of spirits, the essence of life on Earth was much higher than that of aliens. Be it from an emotional or practical point of view, even the souls of some bad guys were not suitable for the insectoids. But after a long period of research, she still had some insights. She made a lot of fake soul fragments, using magic power to simulate soul waves, manually adding memories, and then erasing them. Finally, she used a bit of soul divine power to solidify them, creating a blank fragment. He picked through the soul fragments in his hand. The insectoids had a short lifespan, so he found a 10-year lifespan essence. It was originally a memory-erasing imitation, and now it was just right to use it on the insectoids. She observed for a while and found a few nodes. With a soft shout, the shard entered through the veins of the soul. Silent and invisible waves blew around. The Cortex Prime, with its amazing psychokinesis, sensed something strange, and looked at the insectoid cautiously. The insectoid who obtained the soul was confused. It took a long time before he realized what was happening. He had feelings, and the concept of self was born. The Cortex Prime looked at the insectoid gloomily. After a long time, it looked at Thea and said, "Your Majesty, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back." After that, it rolled up the new insectoid and ran back. Thea did not stop it. As the Cortex Prime, its consciousness was actually the strongest. Once the insectoid escaped from its control, it would be able to sense it at the first moment. As the Cortex Prime, it would not allow a strong sense of self to threaten its rule. It captured the insectoid who had just developed a sense of self. It would be up to it whether to cut it into pieces or cut it into pieces for research. Thea stopped in the air and waited. The Cortex Prime returned quickly. This time, it was even more respectful. It chose its words carefully. "This soul is too strong. Do you have a soul that matches the characteristics of the insectoids?" Thea almost laughed out loud. This guy was afraid that its control would be affected by the strength of its subordinates. This was already an incomplete replica soul. Did it want a lower-level one? It was easy to get a lower-level item, but difficult to get a higher-level item. Thea naturally liked to get her hands on lower-level items. However, she had already changed her target. She wanted to subdue the Cortex Prime directly. "Don't beat around the bush with me. I have no interest in your insectoid rule. Instead of weakening your subordinates, why don't you strengthen yourself? Do you have any requests? Become an intelligent life form, abandon that shell, and walk the earth freely. Lead the insectoids to victory after victory." Thea's words were very soft, but in the Cortex Prime's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Temptation, a demonic temptation. The Cortex Prime was not stupid. Once it opened its spiritual world and Thea did something, it would not even know how it died. The insectoids will still be yours. The only difference is that you can leave this barren planet and walk under the sun like an intelligent life form. You can soar in space and enjoy the beauty that you would never have experienced in the past. Is this a difficult choice for you? The danger was not small, but the temptation was even greater. After a full 10 minutes, the Cortex Prime finally made up its mind. "Your Majesty, please come in for a detailed discussion." The Cortex Prime's projection turned into a cluster of telekinetic fragments and dissipated in the air. The insectoid guards below also opened up a path. Walking through the complex mountains, Thea finally saw the Cortex Prime's main body. Within the transparent membrane was an incomparably large brain. It was the size of a small mountain, lying quietly and somewhat lethargic in the stone room. Its telekinetic energy was constantly affecting everything around it. It was obvious that it was not trying to show off. It was just that the energy was too strong and it was a little out of control. The Cortex Prime also had 4 limbs, but they had severely degenerated and looked like a few ornaments. There were 3 tubes behind the brain, and a dark green liquid was constantly being injected into the brain. "You're about to die." Thea was too lazy to look at those particularly disgusting places. She only glanced at it briefly and understood its situation. Even with the help of the liquid, it only had a few years left to live. Of course, this was under the premise that its soul was not swapped out. Its original soul was too weak to carry such a huge amount of brain power. Silent death. The insectoids fought bravely until a new overmind was born. It would inherit everything that it had devoured. This was the iron law that they had lived by for tens of thousands of years. Originally, it was waiting for death, but today, it met with a turn of events. The threat of death made it not speak nonsense. It opened up its spiritual world and chose to surrender. Chapter 806. Sia directly left a mark in the deepest part of the mind of the mastermind. Once the other party became her enemy, they would die a very miserable death. Sia was not polite at all. She left a mark on the mastermind. It was a strange fate. Originally, she wanted to do business, but now, she had to take the entire Zerg with her. Thea did not look down on the Zerg like the other strong people in the universe. They were born to be useful, and there was no better fighter than the Zerg to deal with the Dark Knight. She was not stingy with this subordinate who took the initiative to bring the entire tribe to her. With the Zerg's biological technology and her Kryptonian genetic knowledge, a large amount of precious materials mixed with magic power to create the body, and divine power to shape the body, Thea considered that this was her subordinate, so a female body was necessary. At the same time, to make it more human-like and closer to the people on Earth, Thea used an authentic 30-year-old soul essence. Transfer your spiritual power into the new body. The cortex prime opened a gap in the lobe, and a pure, silver-white light jumped out and rushed into the new body. The insectoids outside the cave instantly lost control. Their simple minds did not know what was going on. Some of them began to kill their own kind, while others rushed into the cave in a panic. The few blue beetles that Sia had knocked down earlier had also awakened their consciousness, and they ran out in a panic. Thea did not care about them. If they wanted to run, then run. One more would not make a difference. The blue beetle's biological armor could not be popularized. Why should the Zerg take the elite route? Numbers were the king. She waved her hand and closed the cave entrance. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and she began to transfer the soul into the new body. The Cortex Prime's spiritual power was a mixture of a new soul and a new body, and the requirements for matching in all aspects were extraordinarily high. Sia, who could already call herself the Lord of Souls, busied herself for an entire day before she managed to mix the three together. When the Cortex Prime's consciousness entered the originally normal human body, it was unavoidable that some special changes would occur. The arms became thinner, and the elbow joints grew barbs like the limbs of insects. The Cortex Prime wore a strange armor made of keratin, and a pair of large bone wings extended from the back. The hair seemed to have a life of its own, dancing in the wind. The powerful telekinesis was completely restrained. Dark green lines covered the corners of the eyes, and the purple eyes slowly opened, flashing with an evil light. It looks pretty good. As an intelligent being, you should have a name. The sharp insectoid mastermind is a thing of the past, Kerrigan. This is your new name. Thea swore to the heavens that Kerrigan had grown up naturally and had nothing to do with her. Since they looked so similar, she probably wouldn't mind if she stole the Queen of Blades' name. The former mainframe, the current Kerrigan, stood up and stretched her limbs. It had been so long since she had last moved her body that she had forgotten how many years ago it had been. His thoughts became even more active. The accumulated psychokinesis of several generations of the mainframe was now like a small bug under his control. She was relaxed and happy. She now had emotions. She was no longer a link in the chain of insectoid war machines but an independent individual. She found it hard to control her emotions and wanted to roar. Hey, subdue your people first. Without the insectoids, you're useless to me, Thea said coldly. Kerrigan was shocked. Only then did she realize that the insectoids had gone out of control. She also knew where her value lay. She hurriedly used the insectoid special wave band to gain control of her subordinates. The Lord level, Commander level, elite troops, main troops, and miscellaneous troops were all under control. After a day of chaos, the sharp insectoids were once again under her control. As for how many insectoids had died in the day, she didn't care. Thea didn't care either. Without needing Thea's orders, she began to gather the insectoids scattered across 2 sectors and over 100 planets back to the mother planet. In the process, her psychic power was damaged. She needed to re-establish her control system. Send out your scouting troops. I want to know the movements of the Green Lantern Corps on the main planet of OUA. Also, don't let Zamalon off. Also, have your subordinates multiply. I want an army that can cover the entire universe. Thea was very confident in the insectoid scouting troops' reproductive abilities. However, in Kerrigan's ears, these words had a different meaning. Oh. Boss wants to attack the main planet of OUA and Zamalon. How cool. As for the multiplication, it was naturally to prepare for the invasion of the Green Lantern Corps. Kerrigan thought she understood Boss's intentions and began to give orders to her subordinates. With the sharp insectoids retreating, the crisis of the Blue Lantern Corps was resolved. From the results, it was indeed as the Saint's mantra said, everything will be fine. Thea returned to the main planet of the Blue Lantern Corps. She didn't say much to the Saint, who was waiting optimistically. She only said that her scouting results showed that the insectoids were retreating rapidly. Then, she ordered the Yellow and Green Lantern Corps to return to their stations. She didn't follow the main group. Instead, she flew alone in another direction of the universe. The universe sector was awesome. That's right, this place was awesome. Just like how she scolded Jon Stewart in the main alliance, this was the sector where the Green Lantern Corps' predecessor, the Space Hunter, massacred. The intelligent life in the entire sector was massacred until only 5 people survived. One of them was the leader of the Red Lantern Corps. Thea wasn't here to mourn the dead today. The dead had been dead for countless years and weren't worth her time. No matter what happened in the future, the night was coming. She wanted to see it for herself. She only remembered that the future dark night originated from here. As for which planet it originated from, she would have to find it carefully. The Guardians had completely erased the records of this area. Thea couldn't find any relevant written records. The entire sector was like an indescribable piece of trash, casually thrown into a trash bin. No one remembered what happened here, and no one came here again. Facts became stories, and stories became legends. The souls here wandered endlessly. Some were destroyed, while others were still immersed in the moment before they were killed. Their resentment was accelerating the birth of something. Walking on the surface of the planet, this place was far away from the stars. The sky and the land were pitch black. Faint red lightning flashed in the atmosphere. Hurricanes passed by the ground from time to time, accompanied by a thick smell of blood. Even after countless years, the smell didn't fade at all. Innumerable corpses were piled up on the road. The deathly aura that seemed to have materialized reduced the flesh and blood here to nothingness, but the corpses of intelligent life remained. They seemed to be roaring at the sky, at the universe. They couldn't accept it. They couldn't understand why they had to suffer this. Chapter 807. A Peaceful Death. Thea used her heart to experience the mysterious realm. Walking on a barren planet, the mood here was not what she wanted. This kind of death was very high-end, and the concept of death had been deduced to the extreme. However, Thea did not like it. This kind of death was not what she wanted. She even felt that it did not explain the true meaning of death. She walked past 12 planets in a row, but the trip on a whim was fruitless. If she remembered correctly, the Red Light Corps was also in this area. They were a group of lunatics who were completely unreasonable. She was ready to go home. She had just opened a portal when she saw an orange light coming at her from a tricky angle. She reached out and slapped the orange light away. Immediately after, 7 or 8 light beams came flying at her. There were flames, sharp blades, and gas. Without exception, they were all orange. Thea released the aura of a god, shattering the various attacks. Only then did she look back. She saw a tall, thin alien with dry skin and an orange light all over his body squatting at the top of the mountain. 2 dim eyes were staring at her without blinking. The strange alien had the head of a wolf dog. His face was very long, and other than the teeth in his jaw, there were 3 sharp teeth on each side of his mouth. His body was stooped, like a large kobold. Thea saw that he was holding a very European-style rechargeable lantern in his hand and asked tentatively, "Orange lantern. You're that guy called Leifis?" The dog-headed alien screamed sharply, "I'm LoveLore, the greatest LoveLore. Wealth, you have a lot of wealth on you. This is LoveLore, and only LoveLore." The alien looked at Thea as if he was looking at a moving pile of gold. The greed in his eyes could be seen even by an ordinary person. Thea was too lazy to think about whether the other party was here to ambush her or just happened to pass by. She flew into the air and asked condescendingly, "Do you know how to write the word death?" It was a very imposing sentence, but LoveLore unexpectedly thought about it and said, "I can't read, I don't know how to write." His answer almost made Thea laugh. This was a lucky idiot. An idiot who accidentally obtained an orange lamp ring. Treasures, countless treasures, they're all mine, they're all LoveLore's. The dog-headed man was lost in his own dreams as he spoke incoherently. After a while, he looked at Thea and raised the ring on his right hand. "Hand over your treasure." Endless energy gushed out from his ring, and the images of the aliens were summoned by his lamp ring. These aliens were once enemies of the orange lamp, but they were all defeated without exception. The greedy orange lamp even stole their identities and made them fight for the orange lamp like the ghosts of the lamp ring. If it weren't for LoveLore's low IQ, the damage he could cause wouldn't be inferior to Black Lamp. Interesting. Thea whistled, and the sound pierced through the air, fiercely entangling the enemy at the front. This enemy was like a big bug, with 3 densely packed mouths on its abdomen. The sound turned into a white line that tightened around the big bug, and quickly exerted force on both sides, a perfect strangulation. "Go, go. Take my treasures." LoveLore, who was at the back, didn't care about this level of consumption at all. His ring seemed to contain infinite energy, and wave after wave of monsters were released. The sky and the earth were completely covered, leaving no gaps. All that could be seen was orange light. Thea couldn't help but be moved. She always knew that the orange lamp was difficult to deal with, but she didn't expect this guy to have the posture of an army by himself. If the energy of an ordinary lamp ring was 100%, and the blue lamp was present, it could exert about 150% of the energy, then the orange lamp ring's upper limit was 100,000%. The orange lamp's greedy nature made it impossible for him to share and make a new ring. All the emotional energy gathered together, and this made LoveLore unprecedentedly powerful. One person was an army. Lowly life, it's blasphemy for you to live for one more second. Thea used magic to condense a silver fire scimitar in each of her hands, and threw it at LoveLore, who was hiding in the protection of the conjured creatures. The 2 scimitars flashed with a dazzling light, and spun at high speed like 2 lightning bolts. All the conjured creatures along the way were defeated in one hit, and some could resist for a little bit. After killing 11 monsters in a row, the silver fire on the scimitars was exhausted, and they turned into nothingness. LoveLore, who was greedy by nature, was shocked. He hurriedly hid behind a monster with a big head whose chin was full of tentacles. "You have such great power, but you don't know how to use it." What a shame. This ring should be mine. Damn it, am I affected too? Thea felt that something was wrong halfway through her words. Her realm was right there, and greed had little effect on her. Her mental strength was strong, and she quickly came to her senses. While she was distracted for a moment, LoveLore pulled out a bunch of conjured creatures. The Guardians were afraid of his power, and in order to appease him, they gave him the Vega Galaxy, including the main planet, Okero, on the condition that both sides would not invade each other. For a time, many criminals in the universe entered the Vega Galaxy to escape the pursuit of the green lights. They thought that they were safe, but in the end, they even became part of the orange lamp. This monster with a huge head full of tentacles blocked Thea's view like a big tadpole. This was LoveLore's biggest trump card. He killed a new god and made the new god into a spirit of the lamp ring for him to use. God knows which universe this guy came from. Thea looked at its characteristics. If she was not wrong, this was the god of hunger. Although it looked terrible, she felt that if Darkseid saw it, he would not let it go. Unfortunately, the source was already exhausted. It was just a shell, but it did not have much of the corresponding power left. This god of hunger was just a toy whose body was controlled by the lamp ring. Thea pulled out her holy sword. She wanted to completely purify these monsters. Her anger, which was only a small success, was now stimulated by greed, and suddenly increased by a lot. Thea's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She wanted to cut off LoveLore's head. The lucky ones should act like the lucky ones. They should be afraid and polite, and not bark at the strong all day long. LoveLore, who was a little slow, continued to increase the number of troops. He thought that he could kill Thea with numbers. If 10 were not enough, then 100. If 100 were not enough, then 1,000. In fact, he had been doing this for so many years. He occupied an entire galaxy, and there were countless criminals for the lamp ring to devour. Unlike Hal Jordan, who focused on technique and reasonable energy distribution, the lamp ring had 100,000% of the energy for him to squander. Chapter 808. Swoosh. A dazzling light flashed past. LoveLore, who was trying his best to summon his troops, turned his head and looked over. He saw that one of his subordinates, who looked like a bison, was split into 2 halves. The lamp ring's instantiation recovered very quickly. Initially, he didn't care much about it, but this bison monster's body that was split into 2 started burning with raging flames. In less than 3 seconds, it was burned to ashes. No matter how much greed energy was injected, it couldn't be saved. This sword, I want this sword. Get it for me quickly. He didn't realize the danger at all and was still ordering his subordinates to get it. His instantiation was completely different from the instantiations of other lamp rings. It had life and consciousness, but it was also under the absolute control of the lamp ring. Many of the instantiations could more or less use some of their abilities when they were alive. In an instant, all kinds of energy, weapons, and cold weapons attacked Thea. Thea wasn't afraid at all. She hadn't used the holy sword for a while. Most of the enemies could be dealt with without the holy sword, but a small number of enemies couldn't be defeated with the holy sword. Even though she was surrounded, she still heard the other party's unique voice. It was sharp and harsh, revealing endless possessiveness. This bastard has his eyes on my holy sword. The young mistress' anger had broken through the limits of reason. She had never been so angry before. Today, she felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in her heart. If she didn't kill to her heart's content, she wouldn't be able to vent the anger in her heart. The monsters that looked like meat worms were split into 2 halves from head to toe. The monsters with eyeballs directly reached out and pulled out their eyeballs. Those with more tongues had their tongues cut off, and those with more limbs cut off their limbs. The violent and high temperature accompanied the lamp ring spirits that were turned into ashes. Countless enemies fell under the sword. She followed her heart. Her sword was unstoppable. No monster could resist her anger. Unfortunately, the instantiations of the lamp ring were all illusions. Fighting bloody battles among the enemies didn't vent much of her anger. Instead, she became angrier. The holy sword was blood-red. Soon, she killed her way through the 3 layers of encirclement. The desert-like planet was plowed by the aftershock of the sword energy. Countless rocks were smashed into powder. After that, they were swept into the cyclone again. The planet that was already full of holes became even more dilapidated. "You bastard, I'm going to chop off your dog head today." At this time, Thea's entire body was filled with killing intent. The number of lantern ring spirits that had died under her sword was at least 800, if not 1,000. With her powerful strength and the irresistible holy sword, there was no enemy that could withstand a single attack from her. She didn't take a detour, and with the holy sword in her hand, she went straight for Laughless. In her eyes, Laughless saw a kind of contempt on the level of life. After obtaining the lamp ring, he felt fear for the first time. Had he made a mistake? Should I run away now? However, the spiritual light of Thea's wealth deity position shone like the sun in his spiritual world. It was fine if he didn't see it or didn't know about it, but now that he saw it, he felt that if he let it go, he would have to live in pain and suffering every day in the future. Greed quickly suppressed reason. Laughless gritted his teeth. "Let's do it." He commanded a bunch of materializations to protect himself. Then, he sent out his most powerful subordinate, the god of hunger. "Where do you think you're going?" Thea passed the sword to her left hand, and pointed her right hand in the direction where Laughless was hiding. She mobilized her divine power and used a large-scale soul shock. Invisible and colorless ripples rushed up like a tide. The lantern ring spirits were all controlled by the lantern ring spirits, and were immune to all soul attacks. However, Laughless couldn't. He was still a living individual. Facing a direct soul attack, he, who wasn't a strong man to begin with, was sent flying more than 10 meters. The soul shock made his mind go blank, and he vomited blood in the air. "I'll take your head." Thea stepped on the head of a materialized monster and flew up. She wanted to cut off the dog's head to vent her anger. Hiss! A huge suction force slowed her forward momentum instantly. When she stabilized her body, the big-headed god of hunger had already flown to her side. The 10-meter-wide mouth opened to the maximum, and the irresistible suction force made Thea stop and counterattack. With this delay, Laughless subordinates had already surrounded her, and 7 or 8 types of energy shields were set up just to prevent her strange soul attack. Ha! A bunch of ants, it was the guardians of OUA who told you about my whereabouts, you bastards. Thea wasn't surprised. The guardians had lived for hundreds of millions of years, and it wasn't strange for them to have some detection devices in their hands. Provoking the orange lamp to fight with her didn't cause them any losses at all. Consider yourself unlucky. No one can save you today. Anger rolled in her heart, and Thea's green eyes seemed to contain a ball of fire. 2 rays of light flew towards Laughless. The green rays were mixed with a little red anger, and the light was a little more gorgeous than before. It bypassed the materialized ghosts that wanted to block the attack, and the target was still straight at Laughless. Ah! Laughless was really scared this time. On a planet like Okero, where criminals ran rampant, he grew from a cautious little monster to the present day, and his premonition of danger was very sensitive. He had escaped from death many times by relying on his premonition, and the early warning in his heart saved him countless times in the beginning, but it had never been as dangerous as it was now. He let out an unknown shout, turned around, and ran, but how could it be possible? Being able to run away with extreme speed didn't mean that he could run away too. In less than 2 seconds, the ray had already reached his back. As long as it hit, no one but God could save him. Thea was still very confident about this. Just as Thea was waiting to see the enemy turn into ashes, she saw the god of hunger suddenly charge out diagonally and block the ray. The ray wanted to go around from the side, but the god of hunger opened his mouth that could swallow everything to the maximum. The pair of lifeless eyes seemed to be injected with some kind of fatality, and the enormous suction force even caused the orbit of the planet to deviate. Gravel, soil, bones, and countless other things were sucked in. Under the effect of the suction force, the ray's angle was visibly deflected, and finally hit the mouth of the god of hunger. The ray disappeared into the big mouth, and the god of hunger seemed to have obtained a rare satisfaction and relief. The big mouth slowly cracked from the center to the surroundings, and the cracks became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a pile of dust. Ouch! Thea felt that her head was stuffed with an iron rod, and her vision turned black. On the other hand, the god of hunger, a new god who didn't leave his name in the original time and space, was completely obliterated by her. Unlike the group of vengeful goddesses under the benevolent grandmother, those were all false gods, existences without origins, and were gods who relied on various means to force themselves to become stronger. The god of hunger was now an empty shell, but he used to be a real new god. Obliterating him was a big burden on Thea. Fortunately, there was a fundamental difference between the two. Thea slowly rubbed her forehead, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled into a ball. She forcibly controlled her boiling spiritual power, smoothing it out little by little and suppressing the discomfort. Chapter 809. Accidentally killing the god of hunger gave her a splitting headache and made her grimace in pain. However, after she killed a new god, her understanding of her own rays had improved greatly. Many of the questions she had when she studied the Omega rays had been answered. Another benefit was that she calmed down again. The nameless anger subsided, and her rationality returned to her body. She looked at the galaxy with lingering fear. Death was peaceful, she was right about that. However, the souls of the dead were not peaceful. They were screaming silently. They were unwilling and angry. Thea, who was connected to the spiritual world at all times, was unconsciously affected. The Rainbow Bandit's rage was nothing compared to the rage of all the creatures in the sector. Fortunately, the rage had finally reached a point where it could be controlled freely after going through so many ups and downs. "Ha, where do you think you're going, you bastard?" She took 2 deep breaths. Seeing that Laughlise was about to turn around and run, she endured the headache and sent another soul shock. Laughlise, who had no defense, was sent flying again. This time, he could not even stand up. The exhaustion of his spiritual power caused many of his manifestations to turn into smoke and dissipate in the air. The orange light did not materialize, and the earth returned to darkness. Laughlise could feel the murderous intent not far behind him. He had not given up on escaping. He was mumbling something that no one could understand. His hands grabbed the ground and his legs weakly. He was covered in blood and tried to crawl away. Even if he could only delay for 1 more second, he wanted to hide as far away as possible. There were no more manifestations to save him. Thea took 2 breaths and looked at Laughlise, who was injured by her. She pointed the holy sword at his ugly head. "Don't you want my holy sword? Come and get it. All the wealth is Laughlise. That's what you said before. If you dare to extend your filthy claws to the goddess of wealth, this day next year will be yours." A message entered her spiritual world. She, who had regained her rationality, heard a call from the distant earth. It was an emergency call gem that only a few of her family members had. Which one of her family members was in trouble? Thea's mind was filled with various thoughts. At her current level, divination was not difficult. The other party was generous and did not hide anything. She quickly figured out the various relationships and causes. She pondered for a few seconds, then sneered and pointed at Laughlise. You dog, with your narrow vision, I'm afraid you never thought that a supreme existence would use such a method to make me spare your life. Consider yourself lucky. If you dare to appear in front of me again, I'll chop off your dog head. Humph. Thea was very unhappy. She didn't even look at Laughless. She turned around and stepped out, teleporting to the distant Earth. Not to mention the orange lamp controller who was scared silly, Thea continuously teleported several times and arrived in front of Salisbury Stonehenge in Wiltshire, England. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the whole world was filled with peace and stability. At the end of the line of sight, there were a few young people playing soccer. Stonehenge was a world-class tourist attraction. Many people took photos and played here. However, contrary to the harmonious melody of the whole world, this place was not harmonious. Ordinary people did not feel it. They did not know that in the interlayer space of the real world, a tall man in a blue trench coat and a top hat was standing in the center, and a petite girl in a dark black robe was continuously retreating. Raven, stand behind me. Thea slightly shook her shoulders and squeezed into the space. She waved her hand and released a magic barrier, wanting to stop the man in the top hat. However, as soon as the magic was released, she realized that the magic here was abnormal. It was like a completely different magic law. She hurriedly used her divine power to block the enemy. When the big lowly saw her appear, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly ran to her side and coldly looked at the man in the top hat. Sister, be careful. This guy tricked me to come here. There must be a conspiracy. The magic reaction here is so messy. Is it connected to hell? Thea slightly sensed and asked with uncertainty. Yes, this is the place where he was summoned. Raven's eyes were filled with pain. The he she was talking about was the three-palace demon clone that was sealed back then. It could also be said that he was her father. Oh, if that's the case, Phantom Stranger, if I didn't see wrongly, you wanted to hand Raven over to her father in hell? Since when did you work for hell? The stranger was expressionless. He passed through the barrier as if it was nothing. This move made Thea's eyes narrow. This guy's strength was indeed impressive. New God, I have nothing to do with hell. It was the great existence that asked me to do this. You should move aside. In front of the great power, you are just an ant. Behind the phantom stranger was God. Sia wouldn't dare to talk to him about this even if she had nothing better to do. So what if she was an ant? At least she knew her place. She also vaguely understood the Supreme's thoughts. Being called an ant, she was not angry because even if he was a watcher, the Heavenly Father was also an ant in her eyes. Through the Laughless incident, she understood the cause and effect. There were coincidences, but it should not happen to them or those of a higher level. She felt that she could roughly guess the Supreme's thoughts. He wanted to watch the show, the various conflicts of interest, and the bonds between people. Otherwise, he would be so bored as to create the world and create humans. He would have the time to sleep, all right. Thea avoided talking about the great power because there was nothing to talk about. She avoided the main topic and prepared to talk to the stranger about himself. You know that I am the goddess of wealth, right? Looking at your expression, you should know. But do you know that the 30 silver coins hanging around your neck are also under my jurisdiction? Although it is covered by your cloak, the smell of wealth is not hidden at all, right? The sinner who betrayed Jesus for 30 silver coins, Judas. That was your name in the past, right? Thea was not lying. She did feel the smell of wealth. It was very little, but this money was related to God. According to the East, it was karma, and the biggest kind of karma. The spear of Longinus turned from an ordinary spear into a holy spear. Although it was an extremely despicable and ugly crime, the 30 silver coins were equivalent to Jesus' life. It was also worthy of being called a holy weapon. Thea stole a few more glances and felt that it was a pity. The stranger had a super big boss by his side. No matter how she thought about it, it was useless. She could not snatch it directly, but it was not a problem to stop him in the middle. As long as she did not cross the line and did not interfere, the big boss would just watch the show happily. The big boss was like Buddha, the stranger was like the monk who traveled to the west, and she was like a troublemaker on the road. Thea thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. There was still a lot of room for manipulation. Chapter 8:10. I used to be Judas. Countless people know this. There's no need to hide it. My mission today is to send her in. The stranger still had a poker face as he pointed at Raven. Thea couldn't tell him that the big shot created a conflict here because she wanted to kill Lawfleets. She pulled Raven and was about to teleport. As long as they left this place, the stranger wouldn't chase after them. He followed the principle of secrecy and couldn't fight with Thea on the streets of New York. A colorless and transparent ripple blocked the two. Keep her here. This is the order of the Supreme. Thea directly broke through the obstruction with brute force and took another step forward. It's fate that she stays here. After a short delay, the stranger was already standing in front of them. Raven was furious. She wanted to resist, but the flow of magic here was very strange. She couldn't mobilize her magic power at all. Fate. It's a tragedy that you're still alive. Thea's expression was very serious. She never thought that she could beat the stranger who had God as his backer. Even if he was just a toy of God, she couldn't beat him. But she wasn't powerless. Thea's body surged with several colors. Green, blue, red, yellow, up, down, left, right, front, and back, surrounding the stranger. A sinner who is drowning in pain. How dare you stand in front of me? The feeling of pity was like a sharp awl piercing into the stranger's heart. Was there hope? He hoped that he could atone for his sins. At least, that was what the Supreme said. Was there fear? He was afraid that all this was an illusion of his imagination. Was there anger? He hated himself. He hated this fate. Thea not only mobilized the emotional spectrum to attack him, but also used her wealth to trigger a trace of power in the 30 silver coins. Ah! The stranger's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Fear returned to his face. He only felt that his breathing was heavy and his hands and feet were suspended in the air. He grabbed his neck with both hands and realized that the 30 silver coins were like a noose, hanging him firmly on a tree. He was wearing a linen robe and his skin was dark yellow. All kinds of powers had disappeared. He was back to the moment before he was ready to end his life. Hee. His throat was choked by the coin noose, but he couldn't die. He couldn't go up, and he couldn't go down. He could only maintain an awkward look as he hung in the air. Just as he was anxiously trying to come up with a solution, he realized that many ordinary people had gathered around him. They were a group of barefoot farmers dressed in coarse clothing. Some of them looked familiar to him. The crowd pointed at him one after another. Some felt pity for him, some felt disdain for him, and some felt disgusted for him. They can see me. Wasn't this an illusion? At first, the stranger thought that it was an illusion. He had seen too many magic spells and didn't think much of it. However, the villagers' discussion made him completely confused. He wanted to explain himself, but he didn't know where to start. In this seemingly real and yet not real place, he was strangled to prevent him from speaking. The light red sunset slowly disappeared into the horizon. The villagers cursed for the whole afternoon and went home satisfied, leaving the poor people still hanging on the tree. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the graceful young lady finally revealed herself. You! How could the stranger not know that this was all her doing? Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of this situation. What about me? Did you feel bad when you heard the villagers' discussion? Did you really choose to hang yourself to atone for your sins? I'm afraid it was because of these words that everyone said you were guilty. You automatically thought that you were guilty and went to atone for your sins. You don't even know what your sins are. For 30 silver coins, you chose to betray yourself. For some rumors, you chose to end your life. Your fate was never in your own hands. You are like duckweed in the river, floating from one side to the other. It's ridiculous that you are still thinking about atoning for your sins. What sins did Raven have? You want to push her back to the side of the 3 palaces. A kind and righteous soul has been abandoned by you again. Is this how you atone for your sins? Tell me loudly. Thea got angrier as she spoke. Damn it. Are you retarded? The stranger felt the noose around his neck loosen, but he was speechless. You. Thea wanted to continue, but she found herself back in front of the giant stone array. The stranger was still standing in front of her, and Raven was holding her hand with a nervous expression. Everything around them had lost its original color. Their surroundings were neither black nor white. Instead, there were colors that Sia could not name. In this bizarre world, there was a dirty schnauzer standing there, looking at the 3 of them curiously. You have finally appeared. This is the biggest boss I have ever seen. Thea almost jumped up, but she hid her emotions well. Confusion, fear, and a little confusion. Previously, when the silver coins didn't reject her use, Thea knew that God, or rather, God Smuff, was happy to see her succeed. He didn't object to her playing the stranger, and he even had the intention of sharing his experience with her. It was impossible for her to bow down to him. After all, she was an actor in this movie, and Raven was at most an extra. They didn't have the right to talk nonsense with the director. It was better to just watch the show. The young lady chose to observe with some uneasiness. Who is this? Or what? The big lowly Raven was a little confused. The little dog on the ground looked ordinary, but when she felt it carefully, she felt like she was facing the entire universe. This kind of vast and ethereal feeling was something that even the 3 palaces of demons couldn't compare to. Thea pulled her back, indicating that she should be on guard and not speak. The boss didn't even look at them. He turned to the stranger and said, I'm afraid you still don't understand. The world doesn't need you to save it. The one you need to save is yourself. The stranger returned to his poker face. He pulled open his cape, revealing the 30 silver coins hanging around his neck. You said that as long as these silver coins are all removed, my redemption will be complete. You. He wanted to say, why didn't you keep your words, but he didn't dare. The boss looked at the 3 silently, making Thea's hair stand on end. Your journey has just begun. I'm looking forward to the next part. The Shirzuna in front of them suddenly became tall and big. Thea stared at him without blinking. His every movement seemed to contain countless truths. Ha! In an instant it was as if she saw the alternation of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the replacement of races and civilizations. Not knowing how long had passed, Thea suddenly realized that the stranger had turned around and left without a trace. When she regained her senses, she found that she was in a vast wilderness. The sky was dark, the ground was red, and there was a strong smell of sulfur in the air. It made her sneeze twice. Not far away, there were countless souls wandering around. Chapter 8:11. Welcome to Hell, new God. The stranger's tone was unfriendly. She was probably still brooding over the previous illusion. Thea didn't need her to remind her. Hell was on the same level as the new creation star and the apocalypse star. They were all higher than the parallel universe she was in before. She noticed it immediately. Trust me, I'll definitely find a way home. Raven was trembling from the aura here. Thea patted her shoulder. I'll first seal the characteristics of your magic power. Bear with it. With that, she drew a magic circle on each of Raven's limbs. The evil magic power unique to the three-palace demon was finally retracted. Raven now looked like an ordinary girl who knew some magic. However, time was short, and there were many problems with her seals. She might be able to hide the characteristics of her magic power, but she couldn't hide her bloodline. They could only pray that this place was far away from the three-palace demon's main body. You should be more concerned about yourself. Your divine power is as dazzling as a torch. You're not welcome here. The stranger continued to speak coldly. Thea rolled her eyes. Nonsense, do you think I don't know this? She had already tried. The mother box was directly blocked. She couldn't use the teleportation spell because of the different rules. As for the lantern ring, it was even worse. Her several escape methods were all blocked by the schnauzer. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. She rummaged through her wealth space and finally took out a long robe. This was a semi-divine tool. It was a grayish-white tattered robe with the characteristics of absorbing souls. It was originally an inconspicuous equipment in Hades' treasury. Thea didn't pay much attention to it when she got it. Now, it was of great use. She draped the robe over her body, and many of the dead souls wandering outside the gates of hell pounced on her as if they had seen a delicacy. With the help of the many dead souls and the support of his soul divine position, she was now filled with a gloomy aura, a proper necromancer. You! The stranger was so shocked that he was speechless when he saw that she had transformed into a living person. Thea's beautiful nose snorted. She looked at the stranger. Are you dumbfounded? I don't need too many aliases. In order to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations, these were all prepared in advance. Can we follow the original route? Raven asked Sia in a low voice. She was referring to the path in Nandarbat that Sia had created when she sealed the three palaces. Do you know the terrain around here? How far is it from your original activity area? Thea was a little excited. If she could find her old way back, it would be a lot easier. The big lowly was a little embarrassed. She looked around for a while and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know where she was. The vastness of hell surpasses your imagination. Just wait for the supreme trial. Believe me, this is the only way out. Mo-ku stood perfectly straight. It could be seen that this was not the first time he had been thrown into an indescribable space. Thea was not going to be polite to him since she was left in this broken place. She pointed at the stranger's nose and said, Sinner, do you know the biggest difference between you and me? I will fight to the end and not wait for others to help me. Wasn't it just hell? If she was immortal, she wouldn't have been able to do it. However, with her current strength and various memories, she was confident that she could find a way out by herself. In the ring-shaped god's domain, there were a total of 8 areas. They were Dream World, Heaven, New Creation Star, Heavenly Realm, Nightmare, Hell, Apocalypse Star, and Underworld. Hell had 2 neighbors. One was Apocalypse Star and the other was Nightmare. If she reached Apocalypse Star and Nightmare, it would be very troublesome. However, Hell was different. Thanks to the various ways of humans, all kinds of teleportation formations and one-way teleportation gates were set up in Hell. She only needed to find a nearby demon lord to borrow the way home. After all, the demon lord only sealed her means and couldn't seal the entire Hell. Mo-ku chose to ignore her Chinibu declaration. In his opinion, any struggle was meaningless. He had realized this 2,000 years ago. Thea didn't waste any time and pulled Raven in. The demonic aura here wasn't very strong. At most, it was the periphery of Hell. Countless wandering souls had mistakenly entered this place instead of Underworld because of their evil deeds in life. The cruel environment made them lose their consciousness and only had their instincts left. They wandered around the wilderness with endless resentment. When the resentment reached a certain level, the wandering souls would be mixed with the special aura of hell and become little demons. They would fight, kill, and devour until they became a big demon. This was an iron law that had been formed for hundreds of millions of years. There were too many big demons in hell. Even Darkseid would have to shrink his head and behave himself here, let alone a small shrimp like her. Unlike Diana, who shone brightly, she had many neutral deity positions and didn't increase her combat strength by much. However, in this environment, she could survive in hell with a little disguise. No one would think that she was a righteous friend if they saw her covered in ghosts, and Zhou Yuhan didn't even dare to approach her. Raven had a residence in hell and didn't need to disguise herself. The two beauties, one big and one small, walked straight ahead. At first, Mo-ku watched with a cold smile. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't notice anything unusual. He didn't know why God had thrown him here. He thought for a while and hurriedly followed Thea. However, Thea had the deity position of soul. The wandering souls would die if they touched her. No matter how low their intelligence was, they wouldn't dare to provoke her. Mo-ku didn't. He betrayed Jesus. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the number one sinner in this world. Many wandering souls smelled the scent on him. It smelled delicious. Countless wandering souls rushed towards him. Mo-ku wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only put up a defensive barrier and resist. Hey, can you be a little quieter? Are you brainless? Don't you know that you have to keep a low profile? Mo-ku chose to remain silent. He wasn't an idiot. How could he not know how to keep a low profile? He was here to complete God's mission, not to challenge others. Being so arrogant at the gates of hell would attract the attention of the big shots. The only outcome was death. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll be magnanimous and help you. Thea gave Mo-ku a strand of soul power. It was impossible for him to disguise himself, but it wasn't a problem for him to intimidate some wandering souls. The environment at the periphery of hell was harsh. Flying demons patrolled the sky from time to time. The two beauties didn't know the situation nearby and didn't dare to fly. After walking in the wilderness for more than 3 hours, they vaguely saw the outline of a small town. Hey, stop right there. Thea stopped a demon who was passing by. Previously, there were a few demons who were hunting and collecting supplies. They saw her undead aura from afar and chose to take a detour without exception. Now, the demon she stopped seemed to be doing better than the previous ones. This was because he was wearing a half-body leather armor and was riding a hell warhorse with fiery eyes. Chapter 8:12. Thea's body was surrounded by spiritual light transformed from wandering souls, scaring the demon. Hell wasn't far from the underworld, so it was normal for a few necromancers to come here. Tell me, who's the lord nearby? Thea didn't ask for directions directly. In her opinion, most demon lords had a direct route to Earth. She just needed to pick a less powerful one. It's Lord Nibiros, the demon said, trembling. This demon was 7 meters tall, had red skin, no wings, and no spell-like abilities. In short, he was weak, but he could ride a horse in hell, so he was at least at the level of an elite. Theo looked at him a few times, but there was nothing special about him. He was just a little stronger than an ordinary person. He could tell from the soldiers that this Nebaroth was not much stronger than the leader. She remembered that the demon fighting the Blue Devil was called Nibiros. This stupid name was awkward and tongue-twisting, so Thea wasn't sure. From now on, you're my servant. The demon was a little dissatisfied, but Thea threw him a piece of fine gold the size of a fingernail. His dissatisfaction immediately turned into joy, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. As a servant, he couldn't ride a horse, so he let his master walk. The demon named Tusk handed over the horse, and Thea started riding with Raven in her arms. As for Mr. Phantom Stranger, you can continue with the 11th route. After accepting a servant, Thea asked about the current situation in Hell. Tusk didn't know how the great demons fought with each other, but Hell was severely lacking in basic resources. He kept complaining, and it was shown to Thea. The lack of resources was to the point of being severely lacking. Thea was also stunned. How did this happen? It can't be that God knows I'm rich, so he sent me to Hell to help the economy and stimulate domestic demand, right? She originally wanted to find a portal and leave, but Hell's current situation made her think deeply. She had money. This money included all the daily necessities, minerals, weapons, and precious equipment. The Zergs of Kerrigan didn't produce, and they piled the resources of 2 sectors on the main planet. The insectoids only needed to reproduce, and their need for resources was the lowest in the entire universe. All the assets would be shared, and the consumption would be minimal. There would be no such thing as 6% of the population consuming 50% of the resources. After tens of millions of years, they had plundered hundreds of planets, and their accumulation was a terrifying number. To show his sincerity, Kerrigan handed over 70% of his race's wealth. Now, Thea's inventory space was filled to the brim. It was almost full. The amount of refined gold and mithril in her hands could be measured in thousands of tons. It was simply too much. As if to prove her conjecture, money paved the way for her. She had already recruited more than 300 demons and 12 hell steeds when she arrived at a small town. Although the old phantom stranger said that he wasn't willing, his body honestly took over the reins. A few pieces of metal and a few sharp Zerg claws were all that was needed for the deal. Of course, her act of flaunting her wealth and showing off her wealth also attracted a lot of malice. However, she had extracted the souls of all the attackers and turned them into zombies. Now, they were following behind the army mechanically. Tuz symbolically threw 2 coins, and the group entered the town. Paying the entrance tax meant that they acknowledged the rule of the local lord. They could enter the market and do some repair work. If they didn't pay, they could continue to wander in the wilderness. Along the way, there were quite a few groups like them. There was order in the chaos. Thea defeated 2 waves of attacks in a row. The 2 leading demons were killed directly. With a little money, the opposing army became her army. The total number of people exceeded 1,000. The winner had everything. The demons naturally submitted to her, as if they had always been her subordinates. Following that, there were slaves. Slaves of intelligent life, slaves of humans. Men and women with stooped bodies, wrapped in rags, followed the demon soldiers with numb faces and walked to her side. You can't save them. They're already dead. The stranger was afraid that her righteous heart would explode, and she would kill them all. Thea felt that he was overthinking. How many good people were there among the humans who had fallen to hell? These people were greedy when they were alive and couldn't wait to sign a bunch of agreements. Naturally, they had to pay the price after death. This was in line with the rules of the trade. She changed the topic. Why are you still following me? Didn't your Supreme give you a mission? The stranger was depressed when this question was brought up. He didn't even receive a notification. He shook his head and didn't say anything. What's the name of the being you serve? Voice of Heaven. I didn't serve him. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't judge him with the standards of your new gods. Thea chuckled. What's there to be proud of? If not for your boss being super fierce, would have killed you long ago. That Nibiros lives in the castle in the northwest. I'm going to take him down and see if there's a way back. If you don't receive a mission notification, you can come and find me. Thea finished speaking and led the large group into a small castle. This was the base of the demons that had attacked her before. Now, it was successfully taken over. Spears and armor were distributed. Regardless of the actual combat strength of the demons under Thea, they looked quite impressive from afar now that they were armed. The stranger was speechless. You came to hell to snatch territory, right? You didn't even say anything and directly started fighting for supremacy. He felt that he couldn't understand Thea at all. What exactly was she after? Puzzled, he waved goodbye to them. The stranger felt that the voice of heaven would only give him a hint after leaving this group of people. Leaving the young lady who was preparing to play the game of supremacy, the stranger and the master, God, had a tacit understanding. Just 5 minutes after leaving the large group, he heard a voice that was as vast as the sky. Find yourself and find your family. No. My family is innocent. You can't drag them into this. The stranger's expression changed drastically. It was as if the string in the deepest part of his heart had been touched. He roared at the sky agitatedly. Unfortunately, hell was still the same as before. The blood-red sky seemed to be announcing his tragic fate. They're innocent. They're ordinary people. They don't know my identity. I beg you to let them go. The stranger kept crying. The surroundings were silent. Time and space were still. He could see the malicious gazes of the demons around him. He could see Thea's large group entering the castle, but no one noticed him. He was thrown into the gap between time and space. Okay, I'll look for them. I'll go look for them now. After some time, the stranger calmed down. The surrounding time automatically returned to normal. He searched around like a madman. Not here. These people weren't. After passing through one demon city after another, he finally saw 3 familiar figures after an unknown period of time. Chapter 8:13. Ellie, Tim, Elena. I'm here to save you. After wandering around hell for so many days without Sia's help, Stranger's physical strength and magic power had long been overdrawn by killing demons all day long. Now, a surge of power came out of nowhere, allowing him to send the demon guard flying with a single punch. Only the 3 figures remained in his vision. They were his family in the modern world, or rather, the family he had formed in the past 20 years. He loved his wife and his 2 children, but he never thought that he would drag them into hell. An ordinary woman with 2 ordinary children. They were not Thea, who could fight Darkseid for half an hour. They did not have the wealth of 2 sectors, nor did they have the ability to survive in hell. Time flowed differently, and Stranger did not know how long they had wandered in hell. Heartbroken, Stranger found his wife with her back facing him, lowering her head and gnawing on rotten meat. The light in his 2 children's eyes had long disappeared, and they were numbly following the group. I'm going to kill you all. Stranger raised his arm, wanting to kill these demons. He could not even use a 10,000th of God's power, but that little bit was enough for him to not fear any enemy. The scene of demon corpses littering the ground did not appear. Before he could vent his anger, he was stopped by a demon with a burning head. His unparalleled power was continuously absorbed by the other party. Stranger did not understand how this ordinary-looking demon could absorb supreme power. Stranger, are you surprised? I am you. Do you still recognize me? I'm afraid you have long forgotten me. You stole my name, my family, my originally happy family, my wife, my children. Everything in front of you was caused by you, the demon said with overflowing hatred. The stranger was shocked. Philip. The original Philip. The demon laughed cruelly. That's right, it's me. Look at what you have done. You stole my identity and lived with my family, while I fell into hell. Now, our family is reunited. The demon hugged the 3 pitiful people and laughed mockingly. Seeing that his beloved wife was only left with her instincts to survive, Stranger was so sad that he couldn't control himself. All the sins are mine. Let them go. The power of God seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and he turned back into the sinner in the blood field. His body was full of pain, and his courage, faith, and self-esteem had left him. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. The evil demon stepped on his head with a playful expression and let out an incomparably carefree laugh. Not enough, far from enough. This can't calm my anger. You know what? Those memories that made it hard for me to breathe, and the pain that drowned everything. I originally had a kind family, I had my own life, but you've ruined everything. The demon crushed the stranger's head with his foot. You have to pay the price. In their place, I am a sinner who has betrayed Jesus, the Son of God, the most wicked man in history. Let them go and lock me up. It is the only thing I can do for them. Please. Following stranger's words, the devil pondered for a moment before nodding. Many sinners let out an unknown howl, and the wandering souls in the wilderness also let out mournful cries that reached straight to their souls. The entire hell seemed to be dizzy because of this. The world's greatest sinner had voluntarily entered hell. The will of hell seemed to be cheering, celebrating its great victory. The originally indestructible cape was snatched away by the little demons and was casually torn into a pile of rags. Stranger became Judas once again. This time, it wasn't Thea's illusion, but he voluntarily abandoned the identity bestowed upon him by the Supreme and became immortal again. They are yours. Hee, if you can walk out of hell alive. Let's go. You are already my slave. Demon Philip didn't hold back as he lashed his whip on Stranger's hunched back. Becoming immortal again, he took a lash from the whip. Fresh blood instantly flowed from his shoulder to his back, but he didn't care. He carried his unconscious wife and children and staggered along with the group. The weight of the three people made it hard for him to breathe, but he felt that this was what he deserved. Along the way, he endured the ridicule, insults, and beatings of the demons. He wanted to complete this journey of atonement by himself. He didn't know how long he had walked or how far he had walked. His daily schedule was numb and mechanical. Time had lost its effect and his memories were a little blurry. The demons were also a little tired of his meekness and gradually stopped tormenting him. Instead, they found new toys. In order to help his wife and children regain their consciousness, he subconsciously gathered around some humans. The humans in the group changed frequently. Some escaped, some were killed. Everyone was in trouble and no one paid attention to his identity as Judas. Hey, big guy, why do you have so many chances? Why don't you run away? A woman who looked quite pretty asked him. Whaley wasn't here, so he didn't know what crime this woman had committed. However, looking at her frivolous expression and the way she hooked up with many humans, he knew that she wasn't a good person. At this moment, Stranger wasn't in the mood to care about other people's business. He answered woodenly, I'm atoning for my sins. The foxy woman didn't want to let him go. Looking at the patrolling demons, she whispered, I heard that a necromancer from the underworld is gathering troops to attack the demon lord. The conditions are frighteningly good. Let's run away together. You're so big, it'll be easy for you to perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield. After that, you can take the money and go home. Hearing that he was going home, Stranger's expression softened a little. He quickly shook his head. I want to atone for my sins. I won't run away, I won't retreat. The foxy woman was a little strange. In the end, she softly said, Idiot. Stranger didn't care about these external matters. He only heard that the foxy woman had brought a few human slaves and escaped in the night. No one knew where they went. This group of demons was like a chaotic hell. Some joined, some left. The only one who didn't change was the demon Philip who had been tormenting Stranger. After all the demons lost interest in this number one sinner, only Philip didn't give up. It was ironic. Continue walking. Slaves! Philip was still unscrupulously whipping Stranger. Stranger maintained his old appearance, carrying his wife and children on his back and walking slowly. His shoes were already worn out. Now, he could only walk barefoot on the scorching surface of hell. The small group of demons finally went their separate ways. The scale of the battle in this area escalated. The new necromancer wanted to take over this area and build a city of death. The original demon lord naturally didn't agree. Both sides had been in a tug-of-war for a long time. Most of the demons, except for Philip, were attracted to the battlefield. No matter how slow Stranger was, he knew that this remote corner of hell was in complete chaos. The originally peaceful life had been replaced by the flash of swords. That guy really knew how to cause trouble. Chapter 8:14. In the dead of the night, Stranger would think of Missy. His memory was already a little faint, as though she was a very distant figure. Her unyielding conviction would sometimes cause him to waver a little. Was his current choice correct? It should be correct. Thinking of the various tortures that Philip had inflicted on him, Stranger strengthened his conviction that all of this was a supreme test. However, this conviction of his was shaken the next day when Philip's throat was pierced by a bone arrow from afar. F***CK. How did this guy die? Stranger was shocked. In his mind, Philip must have been arranged by the Supreme. If he didn't suffer 81 tribulations, Philip would always be by his side tormenting him. Before that bone arrow pierced his throat, Stranger had always thought so. Looking at the demon's body twitching in a pool of blood, he wasn't very sure if this guy was a test given by God. Many skeleton soldiers rushed out from afar. The one leading them was an undead knight. Although it was made from the corpse of a demon, there were also a few demons with crude equipment on the other side. The moment the two sides met, they started fighting in full swing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Stranger was still worried as he touched Philip. This demon that had tortured him for an unknown period of time was bleeding all over the ground. He was already dead. Stranger's heart turned cold. This guy didn't seem to be the target of his atonement. Then why was he tormented for a few months? Where's my cape? Where's my mighty power? How was it possible for him to find back the ability that he had discarded like a pair of worn-out shoes? The scale of the battle wasn't large. Stranger's life experience could be said to be rich. He hid far away from the battlefield. Hey! Give me back my ability. I beg you, I want to send my wife and children back. Stranger shouted towards the sky. Unfortunately, no one cared about him. It was as though he had never existed. If he could find someone to help, at least his wife and children could return to Earth. After eliminating all the demons, there was only one choice. He had to turn back and look for Thea. Regardless of whether it was to restore his wife and children's consciousness or to send them back to Earth, the help of the Soul Goddess was indispensable. However, to find someone in the vast hell was really difficult. Fortunately, Thea couldn't stay idle. Now that she was attacking the city, it was easy to find her. The stranger's luck was not bad, or perhaps it was better to say that God looked upon him with pleasure, and did not make things difficult for him on this road. Carrying his wife and child on his back, Stranger finally arrived outside Thea's camp. There was an army of nearly 1 million demons stationed here, as well as an equal number of undead. There was a huge bronze city at the end of the line of sight. Countless demons were fighting to the death. Occasionally, high-level demons would join the battlefield to stabilize the battle line and prevent the enemy from climbing the city walls. The city was brightly lit, and there was a huge stone pillar erected in the middle of the city. The light of magic flickered on it, emitting bursts of evil light. The attacking side also lit up the ghost lantern. The pale white light caused the movement of the undead, and the strength of their attacks increased by 10%. The stranger waited bitterly outside the camp for 3 days but still didn't manage to sneak in. Are you really a god under the Heavenly Father? Hiding behind a large rock, the stranger was very gloomy. Thea didn't dare to make a move as she was afraid of exposing her identity. Her strategy was to attack the city regardless of the losses. During the day, her demon army would attack fiercely, and at night, the undead would continue to fight. Day and night. The demons suffered heavy casualties. She wasn't afraid. She could recruit soldiers from further away. She could pull a large number of them with a wave of her hand, and the price she had to pay was almost negligible. There were corpses all over the ground, and with her attainments in magic, she could pull up thousands of undead with a wave of her hand. The morale of the defenders declined quickly. The stranger saw it with his own eyes. Demons who didn't know what loyalty was jumped off the city walls and ran to the attacking side to participate in the siege after receiving the bounty. The demon lord, Nibiros, had personally participated in the battle several times, and only then did he barely manage to repel the enemy. But as the difference in numbers between the enemy and their side increased, Nibiros went from fighting occasionally to fighting frequently, and even to the point of being a permanent resident. His destruction was only a matter of time. With a loud bang, the huge gate that weighed dozens of tons was broken by the siege chariot. The two broken pieces of the gate seemed to indicate the fall of the city as they fell to the sides. The green-skinned Nibiros was at a loss. He wanted to repel the enemies on the city walls, but he also wanted to block the gate. Unfortunately, there was a limit to what he could do in the face of the flood of enemies. He wasn't strong enough, and his territory was only a remote corner of hell. He didn't attract much attention at all. "I'm going to kill you." The green-skinned demon saw a black-robed figure floating in front of him. His claws were like sharp swords. He wanted to tear the enemy apart. Idiot! The person who came was naturally the young miss. Neither Raven nor she could use too much strength. Otherwise, she could take on 10 of these demons with one hand. She pointed a finger, and a large amount of magic power with a trace of soul divine power appeared. Like a drill, it spun at high speed and broke through the demon's mental world, blasting a hole in it. "From today onwards, you are a skeleton guard." The demon's flesh and blood quickly melted, turning into the spiritual fire necessary for undead creatures. The originally tall and sturdy bone armor let out crisp cracking sounds. Under the guidance of the soul, the former demon and current skeletal guard Nibiros slowly stood up. The rest of the battle had no suspense. The demon lord had turned into a ghost, so the remaining demons naturally wouldn't fight for him. When they heard that there was a reward, they all put down their weapons happily. All the demons stood together happily like a family. "Tuz, gather the undead army. I want you to sweep the city from east to west. Kill all those who don't obey." Wearing full armor, with evil spirit in his eyes, and faintly surrounded by ghosts, this was the first subordinate Thea received in hell. At that time, he was also the one who told the young miss about the shortage of resources in hell. However, this guy was too weak. Even if he was given good equipment, he still died in a previous battle. The young miss was bored, so she pulled him up to continue fighting. She didn't expect him to have some talent as an undead knight. He gradually became one of her generals. It could only be said that the world was unpredictable. The remaining demons were very mixed. She found a few leaders and ordered them to divide their territories. She didn't care about the trivial matters. "Sister Thea, when are we going back?" The big lowly raven was bored. In the first few days, she was unbearably worried, afraid that the 3 demons would come to kill her. She slowly relaxed after a while. "Hee, we can't leave until we find that guy." At first, Thea only recruited a few servants to make herself more comfortable. Later, she slowly understood. She was just a background in this movie, used to set off strangers' misery. The better she was, the more she hurt stranger, and the happier that Supreme would be. Chapter 8:15. After carefully probing a few times, she realized that hell did not care about her taking over a piece of land, and God did not care either. Hence, she began to play this game happily. Raven was not an idiot. On the contrary, the black-bellied lowly was frighteningly smart. Seeing Thea's strange expression and the mention of him, she immediately understood half of it. It was that person's order to let you enter hell. No one can resist, so you have to come. No matter what, you have to do something in hell. Thea was careful with her words. Seeing that the big lowly seemed to understand, she immediately shut up. She could not say too much about this. In short, if the big boss told you to come, you had to come even if you didn't want to. After you come, you can do whatever you want. The big boss is only responsible for building the stage. After that, he will naturally move a stool to watch the show. Act according to his script. If he is happy, even if it is slightly different, it will be a surprise. Thea did not know if her guess was right. She seemed to have a plan, but in fact, every step she took was like walking on thin ice. Fortunately, she had tested it a few times. This script was very loose, and she had a lot of space to act freely. She completed the mission with trepidation. Unexpectedly, the will of hell was also very satisfied. It gave her a feeling of, "You are very good." She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Slowly, the small fights became fierce attacks. Raven's eyes were twinkling. She went to look for Nibiru's collection. She put her right hand behind her head and rested her two long legs on the table. She was thinking about the next step of the plan. After some time, she realized that she had fallen asleep and Raven was shaking her. She quickly put on the necromancer's vest, tied up her hair, and put on the hood. "Oh, we found him." Raven felt that this big sister had overslept. "There are no outsiders here, so you don't have to pretend." Thea rolled her eyes with a stern face. "I am being cautious, do you understand?" She carried the rack and walked out of the inner room. "Master." An unusually coquettish female demon knelt down on one knee. "Oh, Mekanset, you have done well this time. Go and rest." The coquettish female demon was full of joy and left immediately. Only then did Thea take off her hood and look at the stranger who was brought in after finally meeting someone she knew. "Yo, Sir Stranger, what are you doing?" "To experience life." At this moment, the phantom stranger was a perfect example of what it meant to be down and out. He had no shirt, no shoes, and only wore ragged linen pants. His body was covered in whip marks, and his forehead looked like it had been hit by a stick. Blood was still flowing down his face. In order to see Thea, he really spent a lot of effort. It was not until he saw Mekanut, the demonized woman who had persuaded him to escape together, that he finally found the organization. The sadness in his heart was indescribable. He didn't even hear the teasing about experiencing life. Instead, he asked the most important question, "Can you restore my strength?" Thea looked at him in amusement. "Ha, ha. You think too highly of me. I can't do it." The eldest miss directly refused. "The power of God. Can I help you recover?" No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. "Actually, that power has never left you. It is in you." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the stranger. "Beside me. You said so too. I admit that guy is weird, but you are not qualified. I have seen greater existences. Do you really think you are God? What new God? You are just a bunch of pitiful worms. The difference is too great. You are not qualified to preach to me." The anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally exploded, making the stranger almost crazy. The grief in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He madly grabbed everything, smashed it, and cursed. From God to Thea in front of him, and then to those stingy neighbors when he lived with his wife and children. It was as if the whole world was laughing at him and teasing him. Come on, what other tricks do you have? Come at me. I don't want to guess anymore. Either kill me, or tell me the answer. The stranger was like a madman. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were popping. You are crazy. Raven waved a black flame. It was a demonic flame that belonged to hell. Only a few people could use it. Raven wanted to knock down this maniac. If not for the stranger trying to trick her into hell, none of this would have happened. Don't worry, it is not time yet. Thea stretched out her hand to stop her. This made Raven a little surprised. In her impression, Thea was not a person with a big heart. She had never seen such a scene where she was scolding someone in front of them. Raven humphed gloomily. The two beauties, one big and one small, sat steadily and watched the stranger lose his temper. Not long after, the wife and children who had been carried on the stranger's back and were now on the ground let out a cry. The stranger, who had fallen into the spiritual world, felt as if he was struck by lightning. He scrambled to the side of his wife and children, tears falling down his cheeks. I beg you, save them. They are only mortals. You must have a way, right? Sia closed her eyes and savored the taste for 5 minutes like a charlatan. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Phantom stranger, or Judas, you interrupted me just now. You have paid the price for your recklessness once again. The stranger thought that Thea was unwilling to help. His expression was as cold as death. Then, as if he had seen a ghost, he looked at the ordinary silver coin between Thea's fingers. Me? My silver coin. The appearance of the 30 silver coins had long been engraved in the deepest part of his soul. He hurriedly touched his neck. There was nothing there. The silver coin in Thea's hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Thea wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. One of the 30 silver coins was in her hand. The material of this silver coin was ordinary, but the power it contained was enough to restart the multiverse. It was not like the Flash's timeline, which could be restarted in a few days or a few years. It was to restore the time when the universe was born. Everything had not yet been born and was still waiting for the opportunity to break out. Even if it was not restarted, she could use the power to create her own universe. She did not want to restart it or create a new one. She could still observe it, just like the shadow on Earth too. Just looking at it would benefit her a lot. It could be said that the stranger's trash talk gave Thea an unprecedented opportunity. Therefore, the young mistress was in a particularly good mood. You betrayed Jesus and exchanged his life for silver coins. I wanted to help you, but you misinterpreted my kindness. Those 30 silver coins and the one in my hand are the price. The stranger was speechless. He did not know what to say. Don't think too much. I know the agreement between you and that existence. If he did not agree, this thing would not have been in my hands. Right? You have to do something for me in the future to pay for today's mistake. The stranger was not a fool. From Thea's words, he could tell that his ability could definitely be restored. Otherwise, what would she want him to do? He could not be the gatekeeper of the Quinn group. Chapter 8:16. Seeing the stranger's expression soften, Thea laughed inwardly. This guy was completely fooled by God. You betrayed him, and you still expect him to save you. Just look at how the Supreme threw the stranger's wife and children into hell without any burden. Human values couldn't restrain him. Toying, watching the stranger toss and turn in the sea of bitterness, this was the Supreme's attitude. Your family is very happy. I'll throw you into hell. You want to be saved. I'll give 1 silver coin to Thea. I'll make you wish you were dead, unable to go up or down. The stranger's situation was exactly the same as when he hanged himself that day, but he didn't realize it at all. The stranger wanted to do something incomparably difficult, to get the silver coin back. Thea could only say that he thought too much. She didn't intend to hand over what she got. Until the end of the world, his journey to atone for his sins wouldn't end. Although she had become a tool for the Supreme to torture the stranger, Thea didn't mind. She cleared her throat. You interrupted me just now. What I meant was, the power is by your side, right, Your Highness? After saying that, she looked at the air to the stranger's left. Who's by my side? The stranger looked left and right, but he couldn't find any clues. However, he had an intuition that he was a big step closer to the truth. You shouldn't have called out my identity. A person with a pair of huge wings on his back walked out of the void, accompanied by countless hymns and the roar of the will of hell. An angel. Raven was shocked, and then hurriedly covered her mouth. Greetings, I'm Thea Quinn of the New Creation Star. May the holy light of heaven shine on the mortal world. I'm the eagle angel Zorier of heaven. Thea and the angel greeted each other. The angel's strength was slightly lower than hers, and he seemed to be on par with Diana. This angel spoke as if he was singing. Thea got the benefits and directly handed the stage to him. The rest of the matter, you can settle it yourselves. The stranger looked at Thea, and then at the angel. This matter revealed a sense of strangeness. Have you been by my side all this time? He asked tentatively. Thea coughed and interrupted him. If I'm not mistaken, he was already by your side when you were still Judas. Hearing that there was a fellow by his side who had been following him for 2,000 years, stranger could no longer remain calm. In these 2,000 years, he had formed countless families. Could it be that this fellow had always been by his side? How is this possible? He loves the world. Even if you are as sinful as you are still his people. Angels protect everyone. Everyone has an angel by their side, Zal continued in his unique aria. Raven glanced at Sia suspiciously. Everyone has one, she thought. Do I have one? Thea rolled her eyes expressionlessly. What nonsense are you talking about? One for each person. You angels have trillions of them. With this number, they would have already flattened hell. This angel business was very familiar, but the rhetoric used was too crude. From the moment you were born and landed on the ground, I have always been by your side, phantom stranger. The gay tone in the angel's words made Thea shiver. In her memory, this angel died and was reborn as a woman. She couldn't afford to offend him. Where is my power? The angel took out stranger's blue robe. He will always be there waiting for you, as long as you understand the meaning of your existence. Theo looked at stranger who couldn't wait to put on the robe again. She knew that he probably still didn't understand, but that had nothing to do with her. Stranger waved his hand. The familiar energy came from the robe and from the depths of his soul. His wife and children's eyes were filled with vigor. Their dull skin regained its texture. They were alive from the bottom of their hearts. What's going on? They are not in the right state. Stranger was shocked. His wife and children were his sore point. Anything could be discussed. He turned to Thea and the angel. They can no longer be revived. What you have recovered is their souls. At least, that's what I think. Thea checked carefully. Angel Zorier was much more perfunctory than her. He said casually, take them to heaven. They will welcome a new life there. Stranger's expression changed. He knew too well what a new life meant. It would be a brand new life. His memories of the past would all disappear. His wife and children would be lost forever. He would never be able to find them again. Help me save them, and I will give you another silver coin, he said with some hope. Oh. Thea's spirit was immediately lifted. If she could get another silver coin, she could choose to create the world directly. Observing the various changes, her realm would instantly rise to an unimaginable level. However, she quickly cut off her greed. Going too far was as bad as falling short. This was Stranger's test, but he didn't say that it wasn't hers. Heaven wanted Stranger to give up his wife and children. Why did she have to interfere? After a mental journey, her heart finally regained clarity. She had already achieved some success in controlling her greedy emotions. Sorry, I can't do it. They don't have much time left in this world. She pretended to check again and told Stranger the bad news. She didn't say anything else. The very gay angel gave her a kind smile and brought Stranger's wife and children to heaven to be reincarnated. After that, he continued to stay together with Stranger contentedly. Before he left, he invited Thea, but she directly rejected him. She had to borrow a path to heaven, so she might as well go through hell. Moreover, heaven's environment wasn't suitable for her. If she put up a sign in heaven, "Can buy anything, sell anything," the big boss would teach her a lesson. Seeing Stranger and the angel leave, Thea heaved a sigh of relief. The main actors were gone. This drama was over. She could be more casual and not be so restrained. She searched with Raven and found Nibiru's teleportation circle. No one knew where it led to. After Nibiru's occupied this place, he was so poor that he didn't even use it. She checked twice and guessed that it was going to Earth. However, she wasn't very sure. It was possible that they were going to an unknown destination. This made Thea more cautious. She had to protect her escape route. If it was Earth, then everything would be fine. If she entered Apocalypse Star and was surrounded by the new gods, she had to make sure that she could retreat. She couldn't lose the territory she conquered. There were many specialties in hell, such as alchemical fire oil that could burn for 3 days continuously, the Earth's core that contained a large amount of heat energy buried deep underground, and the remains of some unknown strong people left here from time to time. Many mages who had nothing better to do came to hell to play and ended up with all kinds of magic books left behind after they died. Moreover, there were countless evil souls here. Thea couldn't figure out how the souls floated from the underworld to hell. Was it because the underworld was cold and hell was warm here? The market here was huge and there were many special products. The things she had to pay were very cheap. The Zergs didn't even need to do anything. Any trash picked up by the Zergs could be sold for a sky-high price here. Seeing that the will of hell didn't want to drive her away, she settled down with a clear conscience. Tuss' undead army could be said to be completely loyal to her, but Mechanut, who had transformed from a human into a succubus, was not so sure. The will of hell was very chaotic. Even if there was a spiritual imprint to control it, it was not certain. The Lord of Hell needed to be a demon. Thea could only support Mechanut as the boss, and then leave Tuss and the former Lord, now the skeleton guards, to help. The legitimate Demon Lord, his powerful subordinates, and the former Demon Lord formed a balance of power between the three parties. Knowing that Thea and Raven had left, the territory was handed over to her to manage. Mechanut, who was more charming, directly crawled on the ground to show her obedience. "Your strength is still a lot worse." She looked at the succubus. She was too weak to control the situation. In the future, this territory would be the window city between hell and the outside world. Mechanut's strength must be stronger. "You're lucky." Hell passed a lot of chaotic energy to her. She had no use for it, so she just instilled it into the succubus body. After half an hour of body transformation, when the succubus came out, she was wearing a very revealing red silk robe, a studded belt, a white and smooth back, huge wings and a slender demon tail. At this time, Mechanut had completely become a demon lord. For the loyalty of the demon, she could only be vigilant. Fear penetrated into the deepest part of Mechanut's heart. Her loyalty for 2 or 3 years should be guaranteed. Thea pulled Raven and stepped on the portal under the eyes of her subordinates. When she stepped out and looked up again, she had already arrived in another world. Chapter 8:17. Who are you? Where's Raven? Thea suddenly realized that the big lowly beside her had disappeared and was replaced by a tall and skinny man. He was wearing a brown robe and his eyes were rolled back. He was holding a huge book that was copied together with himself. The tall and skinny man looked at her blankly, as if he had seen through her countless secrets. Who are you? Where's Raven? Thea was really frightened. This guy was neither human nor god. He didn't seem to have any strength, but he also seemed to have endless power. Ghosts were probably inferior to him, not to mention stranger. Other than that Shurzina, this was the fiercest guy she had ever seen. Thea missed the good times on Earth. She was the strongest there. Now that she was in the outer realm, any random cat or dog would be stronger than her. Those days were really boring. That girl has already returned to her original world. I'm here to look for you. The brown-robed man's voice was hoarse, but his tone was very polite. The young mistress' beautiful eyes kept sizing up this strange guy. She had some guesses in her heart. There were many big shots in this world, but there were only a few who were so strong that they didn't have any friends. Looking at his appearance, there was only one left. As expected, the brown-robed man seemed to have seen through her thoughts. I'm a member of the Endless family. I'm Fate. Fate? Thea was really shocked. This was a super big shot, the boss of the Endless family. It was said that he was on the same level as Lucifer, the son of God. Lucifer was said to have 50% of God's strength. This was a big shot that surpassed the Heavenly Father, Uncle Da, as well as the Watchers and Anti-Watchers. Sia bitterly smiled and made a dumbfounded expression, waiting for the big boss to continue. The meaning of the Endless family isn't control. It's transcendence. It's a higher level of sublimation. Fate is freedom. Death is life. Dreams are reality. Destruction is creation. Desire is hatred. Despair is hope. Fanaticism is rationality. When Fate's boss mentioned that fate is freedom, he glanced at Sia with a meaningful look. His next word struck her like a bolt of lightning. Your desire for freedom has freed you from the shackles of your original destiny. Thea's face turned pale. Before she could even cover it up, the other party's next sentence made her so excited that she almost jumped up. You have the qualifications to become a member of the Endless clan. Fate, death, sleep, destruction, desire, despair, fanaticism. These were the family members of the Endless clan. Which avatar would he be using? Thea's imagination ran wild. In front of the Limitless clan, the new deity was nothing. Just as she was wondering if she should submit to fate, fate spoke again. Female who has transcended her own fate, you shall be my sister. Death. Thea waited for 2 seconds. Her bright eyes looked left and right, but she didn't find anything different. Her divine power and magic power were exactly the same as before, unless this death had a power that she didn't know about. What's going on? She was dumbfounded. Was fate playing with her? Or did the higher-ups reject this suggestion? Just as she was at a loss, fate spoke in a tone that seemed to know everything. Not now. Come with me to the starting point of time. That is our home. You still need to know many things. Thea's vision blurred. She felt an indescribable discomfort. After experiencing time travel a few times, she knew that she must have jumped a step on the timeline, or rather, jumped to the starting point. She gently rubbed her forehead. When her vision recovered, she was already in a huge building. It wasn't a traditional square, nor was it a circular building, or any building structure that could be used for human habitation. If she had to describe it forcefully, this place was like an irregular seven-sided building. The building seemed to have a life of its own and could extend itself according to some kind of will. What was displayed in front of her was a hodgepodge. Color lost its meaning here. Thea looked at it for a long time. It seemed like she could decipher any color from the decorations on the walls, but when she looked closely, it wasn't. From her artistic perspective, this building didn't have any sense of beauty. It was even a perfunctory combination of several different styles to form this building. In the middle of this bizarre scene, a long table stood in the middle of her vision. A high chair was at the head of the table, and there were 3 chairs on each side of the long table. There was a picture of an open book and shackles on the back of the high chair. This should be Fate's chair. Thea felt that the first chair on her left had some connection to her, but at most, it wouldn't resist. If she sat down now, what awaited her would definitely not be good. The aura on this chair that symbolized death was extremely mixed, which meant that there were many competitors. Sigh, I was happy for nothing. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The young miss frowned and pondered. She looked at the other chairs. Some were empty, and some were a mess. This gave her some confidence. Apart from Fate, it seemed like the others hadn't returned to their seats. However, the competition for the other 5 chairs added together wasn't as intense as the one on Death's side. This made her heart heavy. Fate has shown that Death must be a female. You're currently the most suitable candidate. I hope that you'll become my little sister. As a candidate, Death's area can be open to you. If you have any questions, you can get answers there. Before you become my little sister, we won't meet again. After Big Brother Fate finished his cool words, he disappeared before her eyes. Thea was alone in the empty room. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. She breathed lightly, trying to find something that could be called order in this chaotic situation. Where was Death's area? She looked around for a long time, but there was definitely no road sign. She didn't know who to ask for directions. Could she really become the second sister of the Endless family? Death's setting was too high in her memory. It was omnipotent and wasn't restricted by any rules. Anyone, God, or anything could die. From this perspective, it was already the ultimate power of this world. A salted fish like her, who could only shout, "Liar," when the big shots were fighting, would she really have such an awesome future? She wasn't very confident. Thinking about it wouldn't solve the problem at hand. No matter what, she had to fight for it. There were 7 directions. There was a wide, flat path in the middle. Compared to the other 6, some were empty, while some were just winding paths. This path could even be used as a highway. Thea felt it with her heart. This was Fate's path. She had already turned her back on Fate for a long time. She would rather choose nothing than walk down her old path. Could it be this way? She chose another pitch-black path. Suddenly, she woke up. This was the place of her dreams, and it wasn't her. She hurriedly looked to the other side. Gray filled the air. Laughter and curses could be heard in the smoke. It was as if countless souls were telling her that this was the place. Chapter 8:18. After confirming her position, Thea no longer hesitated and stepped into the gray fog. The space in front of her changed drastically. The spacious and simple hall immediately turned into a void where she couldn't see the sky or the ground. She was surrounded by gray fog, and her position was a floating piece of gravel in the void. Up, down, left, right, front, back, there were hundreds and thousands of gravel like the one under her feet. The thick fog blocked her vision, but there were countless more where she couldn't see. She looked around and didn't know where to go. This was a path that symbolized death. If she couldn't find the right path, then what awaited her was death. As a new god, she still had this knowledge. Here, it was a competition of understanding of death. The deeper the understanding, the better the path to the end. All roads lead to Rome. It was impossible here. There was only one truth. There was only one path that led to death. Damn it. I'm just a reserve. Do you have to make it so complicated? Thea couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, she didn't stick to good or evil. She changed her avatar to study souls. Her knowledge of death was much higher than that of a new god. Otherwise, wouldn't she have died here? Although the path ahead wasn't clear, she wasn't in a hopeless situation. The stranger coin was still in her hands. She could use the power of the coin to restart everything, but that was just a chance. No matter how she thought about it, it was a loss. Moreover, the whole world had been rebooted. Was her family still there? Was Diana still there? Returning to the beginning of the world, being alone wasn't a happy thing. She looked at the gravel in front of her with melancholy. She had to choose a path that led to her goal. It was simply too difficult. Moreover, judging from her senses, although there were more than 10 gravel around her, there were only 3 or 4 that could really make her stop. The rest were either traps or didn't suit her. She kept looking at the 3 gravel. She was very sure that her path was one of them. However, there were still many choices for her to choose from. This made her very depressed. Could she send a clone to explore the path? Unfortunately, in the face of death, everything was equal. Humans and new gods were the same. She couldn't use many of her techniques, and her physical fitness was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. The consequence of flying in the air was falling into the void. He carefully thought about the description of the Limitless clan in his memories. They transcended the world, and every single one of them had the strength of an overseer or anti-overseer. Big Brother Fate and Second Sister Death were powerful existences that surpassed this level. The end of all things. Thea sat cross-legged, her elbows supporting her head as she pondered. It seemed that she could only use this move. She made up her mind, and a colorless and transparent energy appeared in her hand. This was the prayers in her order scale. Back then, she had relied on it to connect with the vital origin. Now that she had reached a critical juncture, she felt that only the prayers would be able to guide her. He had helped the ordinary people so much, so the ordinary people should help him too. She was absolutely certain of this. Both of them were formed from the faith of the masses. From a certain perspective, the power of will shared some similarities with the Limitless race. Which way should I go? Thea asked in her mind. The transparent energy was quickly consumed and finally pointed to a piece of rock. Ha! Thea wanted to laugh out loud. This piece of rock was one of the 3 pieces that she had been hesitating about. She didn't hesitate any longer. She quickly jumped onto the piece of gravel. Time had lost its meaning here. Thea kept moving forward without stopping. Everything was difficult at the beginning. There were many choices at the beginning, so she had to be careful and cautious. At the same time, she had to conserve the power of will. Who knew how long this path would be? She had to analyze every step she took, and then use the power of will to choose the correct path from the rocks that she had chosen. Although her speed was slow, she still had a 60 to 70% chance of reaching the end. The only thing that troubled her was that the power of will had been used up, and the road ahead was vast. That would be shocking. She didn't know if it was because God was satisfied with her as an actress, or if Big Brother Fate was going easy on her, but when 2/3 of the power of will had been used up, she finally walked out of the void and stepped onto flat ground. The young mistress relaxed and lay on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. She muttered a few words of thanks to God. After a long time, she regained her strength. She stood up and looked around. The space wasn't small, but other than a lonely house, there was only a large stone tablet. Compared to the big house from before, the house in front of her wasn't even as big as a bathroom. Out of caution, she first looked at the stone tablet. It was as if it had been standing there since the beginning of the universe. It was a black stone made of unknown material, and there were some words on it. When she looked at the stone tablet, she didn't know if she had become smaller or the stone tablet had become bigger. The stone tablet, which was originally only 10 meters tall, suddenly became more than 10,000 meters tall. Fortunately, she had recovered all of her abilities after leaving the void-shattered area. Thea flew to the top and looked down from above. The first place was undoubtedly empty. Second place, third place. The young mistress was speechless as she looked down. Finally, she found her name at the 78th place. Her shining name appeared on the stone tablet. She was actually a little excited, but this ranking was a pain in the ass. Before Thea could make a face, a message was transmitted from the stone tablet. The message wasn't complicated. It was describing the selection criteria. As for why they hid the selection criteria in their house and didn't disclose it to the outside world or provide any explanation, Thea felt that she could understand. This was because she was the one who benefited from it. This rule made sense to her, and it made a lot of sense. There were tens of thousands of names on the stone tablet, but she was ranked 78th. Everyone else's names were black, but only her name was shining. She knew how fishy this was. For example, her and Diana's old friend, Hades, was ranked 4,119. Death god Hypnos was ranked beyond 8,000. The Black Death Emperor, who she had never seen before, was ranked 105. Darkseid was ranked 319. There was also the King of Tears, who died when he saw her face, and Doomsday, who could create death, were ranked around 1,000. This ranking didn't mean that their understanding of death was inferior to that of the young mistress. Uncle De aside, the Black Death Emperor's understanding of death was much better than Thea's. However, the reason he was ranked lower was that they didn't know the selection criteria. The first one, which Thea felt was the most important, was the one that made her stand out. When Big Brother Fate first revealed the Veil of all the worlds, he had already stipulated that the death of his second sister would be his second sister. In other words, the candidate for this position must be female. 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 Important things must be repeated 3 times. Uncle De, the Black Death Emperor, and the others were eliminated from the beginning. It was useless no matter how deep their understanding of death was. Chapter 8:19. In terms of understanding of death, Thea estimated that no one could surpass the Black Death Emperor. After all, he existed at the beginning of life. The death of the Black Death Emperor was the death of all life before it was born. The second sister, that Thea wanted to fight for, represented the death at the beginning of the universe. The death of the Black Death Emperor could not affect the stone because the stone had no life. However, the second sister could, and the stone could also die. There was a huge gap between the two. Even so, the Black Death Emperor's understanding of death had reached the extreme, and she could not even scratch the surface of it. Without this female restriction, Thea would not have anything to do with the stone tablet and the small house. It could be said that Big Brother Fate was very cunning. He not only looked at the realm, but also set a lot of conditions. For example, the rule that the god of death must be a female eliminated 90% of the gods of death. Uncle De, for example, had worked hard for hundreds of millions of years to figure out the rules of death. In the end, he made up his mind and let the Flash and the Black Runner kill him. He walked the path of life again, abandoned his cultivation, and washed away all the troubles. In the end, it was useless and he did not learn anything. This was a typical case of the god of death who was tortured by the dark rules. Who knew that there was a gender requirement for the position? There were many conditions for the god of death's second sister. In addition to the gender requirement, she could not hurt her family. This rule eliminated all the gods who had fought with each other. Hades, for example, was not weak. The reason why he was ranked so low was that he had too many relatives in his household register, which was more than 1 meter thick, and he had killed them too ruthlessly. In the end, Big Brother Fate decided that the partner of the second sister could not be a mortal. This rule eliminated a lot of gods who liked to play around in the human world. In short, under these messy rules, Thea's ranking broke through the top 100. If she got the first place, she would automatically succeed the position. The stone tablet explained it very clearly. The only thing that limited her now was the realm. If she got the position of the new god of death, she felt that she could enter the top 20. After that, she could integrate her understanding and use it. She would most likely be higher than that. But the god of death position was not easy to obtain. It was of a higher level than the god of soul position. In the new god system, it could be considered a top god position. She didn't dwell too much on the rankings and chose to focus on what was in front of her. Looking away from the stone tablet, the whole world seemed to return to normal. The stone tablet returned to its original height of 10 meters, standing there quietly, waiting for the next time to look at it. Thea was slightly on guard. She pushed the door open and walked into the house. A dressing mirror, a bed, and nothing else. After she entered the room, a set of clothes appeared beside the bed. Divine artifact. She picked it up and looked at it. It seemed to be ordinary clothes, and there was nothing special about it. Halter top, black ripped jeans, a wide belt, leather gloves, and leather boots. An amulet appeared on the dressing table. It was in the shape of an Egyptian cross, symbolizing life. Death carries a talisman that symbolizes life. Eldest Miss felt a little dizzy, but she followed his advice and put it on obediently. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her belly button and arms were exposed. She was dressed in a punk style, which was completely different from her usual style. She was a little speechless. It still seems a little out of place. Oh, right, the hair. When she realized the problem, she saw that her blonde hair had turned black. Her eyes were still emerald green, but there was a lot of black eyeshadow. Her lips had also turned bright black. Oh my! How unconventional! She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, she had returned to her original appearance. This set of clothes was more like an exclusive set. She could change into it with a thought, and revert back to normal when she didn't want to. The only thing that couldn't be changed was the Anka amulet. Thea searched the house for a long time. There were no secret martial arts manuals, no cultivation notes, no words on the wall, and no divine artifact under the bed. She could only walk out of the house slowly. When she looked at the stone tablet again, she found that her ranking had risen by 1 place, to 77th. It was not hard to guess that it had something to do with the amulet. If there were 3 or 4 competitors, this amulet would have to fight for a while. Now, she had benefited from it. Death, but wearing the amulet that symbolized life. These two seemingly contradictory things were now combined. The amulet had given her a big hint. Finding death from life would be her mission for a long time in the future. This idea did not come from Thea's thinking. It suddenly appeared in her mind, as if she had known it for a long time. Could it be that the increase in ranking could also lead to the understanding of the realm? Without anyone to guide her, she could only guess blindly. I think I can rise by 1 place. Thea used up the remaining 1/3 of her willpower. The power of belief burned fiercely. Her ranking barely jumped by 1 place, to 76th. Following that was another part of the understanding of death. After absorbing the new knowledge, Thea smiled. The willpower was effective. This made things easier. She had a feeling that if she burned like this for another 17 or 18 times, even if she did not look for the source, which represented death, it would come to her. As for whether or not the Black Death Emperor had the source, she did not think so. He did not have a soul. Compared to the growth of a new god, it was a completely different system. She reached out and held Anka's amulet. This amulet allowed her to leave and enter this area at will. This was undoubtedly good news. She did not want to play hopscotch every time she came. At the same time, it allowed her to teleport to areas with death. In other words, as long as someone died in a certain area, she could teleport there. Seeing that she did not miss anything, she left the room that represented death. The 52 parallel worlds were at the center of the world. Outside them were the gods' realm, including Hell, the Apocalypse Star, and the New Creation Star. Outside them were the Watchers and Anti-Watchers, as well as her endless family's base. The rapid passage of time made her realize that she could actually enter the timeline with her main body. The power of Anka's amulet was far beyond her imagination. From the origin of time to her timeline, then from the god's realm to the god's realm, to the parallel worlds, to Earth, the violent fluctuations of teleportation made her dizzy. "Are you okay?" The big lowly raven was puzzled. She did not know why Anka's expression had suddenly turned so ugly. In her mind, the two of them had just stepped through the teleportation door together a second ago. She did not know that Anka had just completed a series of emotional and wondrous journeys. "I'm fine. Let's hurry up and leave. I'm really tired. I need to rest for 2 days." First, it was the sharp insect tribe. Then, it was Orange Lamp, Stranger, Hell, and the Endless family. She was exhausted. The big lowly made an "oh" and did not say anything else. The two of them walked out of the teleportation formation. Their luck was good. This was Earth. Looking at the time, it was less than a month since they entered Hell. In reality, they had been slaughtering their way through Hell for at least half a year. This trip was daunting but not dangerous. Raven had avoided the fate of falling into the hands of the Ghost Father, while Thea had obtained great benefits. The two of them bade farewell and went back to rest. After taking a bath, she lay on her big bed. She could finally rest. Although she wanted to rest, she could not help but think about death. Currently, the one who had the most competition for her position was the Black Death Emperor. Her advantage was in objective conditions, while the Black Death Emperor's advantage was his high realm. Realms were things that accumulated over time. Thea was not confident that she could surpass the Black Death Emperor in a short period of time. Chapter 820. It was hard to say what would restrict Black Death Emperor. For example, the gay angel Zoriel, who was always by Stranger's side, turned into a woman when he was resurrected. Thea, who was lying on the bed, was worried. What if Black Death Emperor changed his personality and turned into a woman? What would she do? At that time, death would be in his bag. Black Death Emperor must die. Although she couldn't kill him, she could beat him into an idiot. It was difficult to keep everything pure and pure, but it was easy to blaspheme. Adding some green of all things or red of all things into his pure body, and then finding a corner to seal him with 100 layers of seals was the idea that the young miss came up with. Raising the banner of justice and gathering the power of the entire universe to help her eliminate potential competitors, this was a business worth doing. Moreover, Anka's amulet hinted that she could see death from life, so the study of life equation was indispensable. In short, Black Death Emperor must be eliminated. After staying at home for 3 days, Milady finally recovered from her fatigue. She started to patrol around. First, she took a stroll around Star City's novice village. Damien Dark, who would appear in the original timeline, was captured by her to plant corn. The criminals in Star City were no longer a threat. This was also the reason why Tommy and Laurel ran to Gotham when Barbara summoned them. There were too many people and too little food, so they could only go out and hunt. Shadow, who was 7 months pregnant, moved to the new continent to prepare to give birth to the next generation of the Quinn family. Red Arrow Roy Harper, like many young heroes, chose to travel in order to find his own path. The pitiful Green Arrow had run to Central City to help Barry beat up Savitar these past few days. Thea was given the cold shoulder, so she could only go to work obediently. On the way, she received a call from Louise Ryan. She was surprised. The two agreed to meet at a coffee shop. After a simple greeting, Louise talked about the main topic of the day. She had a fight with Clark. Clark is too stubborn. The Daily Planet was acquired, so he changed his policy and leaned toward the online media. What's wrong with that? After giving birth, Louise wasn't as fierce as she was when she was young. Her words were very appropriate. Stubborn old man, he's like an old man in his 70s or 80s, clinging to the old ways of the print media. I can't even explain it to him. Does Krypton still have the habit of buying newspapers? Louise complained indignantly. Sia sipped her coffee leisurely and finally figured out the connection between the two. This was indeed a tragedy. The decline of print media was inevitable. Young people and even old people had begun to abandon print media. They had chosen online media, which allowed them to obtain information faster. It didn't involve the issue of justice or evil. It was a complete change of concept. No matter how powerful one's strength was or how powerful one's magic was, it was useless. The Daily Planet, a newspaper established in 1826, was now faltering. It had reached the end of its life. In order to take care of Superman's emotions, whether it was her Quinn Corporation, Wayne Corporation, or even a few rich superheroes, everyone tacitly avoided the Daily Planet. Today, they had all avoided it, and the result was neither good nor bad. The Daily Planet was acquired by a neutral financial group. The new boss wasn't good, but he wasn't bad either. Student Clark, who was unhappy, found out that the new boss had evaded taxes. He loudly questioned Louise, who wanted to compromise, whether her conscience or money was more important. Thea was also speechless. There was almost no one who didn't evade taxes these days. From her Quinn, to Wayne, to the Palmer Corporation, all of them had this habit. It could be said that the new boss of the Daily Planet was just very unlucky to have run into Brother Superman's gun. She didn't know what the new boss was thinking. He got rid of the old editor-in-chief, Perry, and chose Louise as the new editor-in-chief. This escalated the already tense family atmosphere. Clark felt that his wife didn't support him and instead chose to side with the enemy. For the first time, he slammed the table at Louise. Louise was now the producer of the new corporation's evening news department and the executive vice president of the new media. This was a much higher level than her previous position as a reporter. What do you think I should do? This isn't my compromise, it's the progress of society. Louise poured out her grievances. Thea was speechless. What could she say? It wouldn't be good to say too much. It would seem that she and Superman were very close, and it would seem insincere if she said too much. She chose to swirl her coffee spoon and listen to the story slowly. This is what I think. I should have more in common with Clark. Maybe this will make things more harmonious, Louise said carefully. It could be seen that she had thought about it for a long time. She wasn't just complaining, but putting it into action. She was trying to prove that she valued her relationship and insisted on the truth. She didn't want to break up their relationship because of her principles, so she could only find common ground from another perspective. Thea felt that Louise was becoming more and more intelligent. She was much better than when she went to question Zod. You want to join the Alliance? No, I want to learn the Kryptonian language and customs. It would be best if I have the ability to fight alongside Clark, Louise said earnestly. Thea looked at her. She could buy anything and sell anything. She definitely couldn't use it on her. After all, she was a friend. She couldn't trick her. To package a normal person to the level of Superman was an epic mission. However, it wasn't difficult for those who didn't know how to do it. Thea still had some confidence. Louise looked like a weakling, but she had the potential to become a strong person. The Super Queen of Earth 3 corresponded to Wonder Woman, and her counterpart was Louise. However, the fate of this world made her ordinary, and she became Superman's accessory. She led Louise to her lab and created a high-tech bracelet in front of her. It's purely technological equipment. It's similar to the smart bracelets you use at home. It can provide you with all kinds of knowledge when you're asleep. Thea pressed a button as she spoke, and a screen popped up. You can download any information you need. I've saved the Kryptonian language and customs and all the martial arts on Earth. Learning this won't take up too much of your brain power. Conservatively speaking, you can finish it in 30 days. As for how well you can use it, that's up to you. Decent martial arts and armor. You have the combat ability to be a first-rate heroine. That's great. Thank you, Thea. Louise hugged her happily and went home to do her research. Thea wanted to leave immediately, but she accidentally saw Superman looking at her from afar. Well, it was far enough. Dude was sitting on the moon. It didn't seem appropriate to pretend not to see him and just walk away. Thea could only fly up.